Okay, Assalamu Alaykum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome everyone to IAR at 10 a.m. And welcome back to our first advisor event for the year. Inshallah, we have plenty more planned out, thanks to Imam Saif Morad. If you go to the link, we'll have the Wi-Fi up soon. We don't have the full details yet, but if you go there, and inshallah, in a little bit, we'll have the information so everyone can connect to the Wi-Fi. You got it? All right. Sounds good. And I guess we can begin.
Can you show it to me, please? Assalamu Alaykum, everyone. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, salatu wassalam ala rasulillah. Welcome to our first event of the year, the first of many workshops, inshallah, planned that is geared towards your spiritual development, your personal and professional development as well, bi'idhnillah. So I would like to thank all of you for showing up, mashallah. This shows a dedication towards your growth, and I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to accept it from all of us. Now, why goal setting? Why is it preferable to have some goals in life? And to get the most out of this workshop, I ask that number one, you listen. And number two, the email was sent out with the PDF document for the workbook for this workshop. Does everyone have it? Okay, nice. And lastly, for active participation. So we want to participate in it, especially the exercises that we're going to go through, inshallah. So I ask you to fully engage and participate in order to get the best out of this workshop, inshallah. So how do you actually have your best year? You just take one of the years that was really good and you do one more thing. And that's technically your best year yet. But that's not what we're going for. But before that, isn't there a contradiction? Aren't we supposed to live expecting that we could leave this world anytime? Didn't the Prophet ﷺ said that the heart of an elderly person is still young when it comes to two things: the love of this world and tulul amal, which is having that long hope for a long life. But aren't we contradicting our tradition by planning this life as if we're going to live forever? Does anyone see a contradiction? You see a contradiction? What's the contradiction? Repeat it one more time. So is there a contradiction when it comes to me planning out my life and wanting to have a great year ahead of me? But doesn't our tradition tell us that you could die at any time? That a person's heart, the Prophet ﷺ said, an elderly person, their heart is still young when it comes to two things: the love of this world and tulul amal, which is that desire for hope, that they have a long life ahead of them. Yes, sister. Anyone see a contradiction, number one? What's the contradiction? Okay, I like that. Attachment. Jazakallah khair. Allah plans, we also plan. Allah is the best planner. Anything else? Laith? Our intentions. The problem comes when we only care about this world. the point of something like this is so that we live intentionally. There's intention behind the action. Yes, we plan out the life and we take the means while still believing that we can leave at any time. Because what is the benefit that you get? Because you live intentionally. Even though you might not get to where you want to go, you are rewarded as if you achieve that. But the key is you're planning for your akhirah as well. So it's combined. That I'm planning this to get to the next level. And the Prophet ﷺ said that there are 4 types of people. The first is an individual that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has blessed with knowledge, and he is also blessed with wealth. And this individual utilizes it to serve Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, to spend on other people, to build their akhirah. They understand the rights that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has, and they're the best of people. So they have a combination of knowledge and wealth as well. The person after them is an individual that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has blessed with knowledge, which means with Iman. And they utilize that. So they fear Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, they're mindful of what they do, but they don't have a lot of wealth. But they have an intention that if Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala blessed me with that type of money, I would do the same thing the other person was doing. These people are equal in reward. They're equal in reward. Even though this person is not accomplishing that. But that true intention, that's what we're after. That we're planning in a way that we're living intentionally. And then the third category is somebody that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has blessed with wealth, but has not blessed with knowledge. Which means they don't have the iman, they don't fear Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala when it comes to how they utilize their wealth. And this is the worst person. Because they're just living life. And money is an amplifier at the end of the day. Money is not evil by itself. You know, you hear money is the root of all evil. Anyone heard this statement? Money is not the root of all evil. It just amplifies what's in a person's heart. And the fourth category is somebody who Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has not blessed with wealth nor knowledge. And this person yearns that if I had that money, I will be in the clubs and in the yachts and doing all this kind of stuff. These two individuals are equal in sin. Even though they're not actually engaging in that, but because of that intention and that being truthful to that if if had these means in front of me, I would be doing the same thing that these individuals are doing. So these people are now equal in sin. So it is about the journey. And research has proven that those individuals who set goals for themselves, they perform better. Because clarity precedes mastery. If we don't have something we're working towards, we're just being stagnant. We're not improving. We're not becoming better. And the key is not about achieving that which you have written down. It's about the journey that you're going to go through. It's about becoming better. Because as you become better, you become more valuable. And as you become more valuable, your worth becomes more. You're more valuable to your company. So it's about becoming a better parent. It's about becoming a better person. It's about becoming better and closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So as you grow and you develop the skill set, you become valuable. And the more valuable you become, then naturally you're going to achieve. Now, would you guys be okay with me sharing how IAR came into my life? Anyone opposed for it? Opposed for it, sister? SubhanAllah, what did I do to you? So as you know, I was in Medina for the past 12 years. Now, I overstayed my stay. Anyone been to Medina before? MashaAllah. Medina, how'd you feel when leaving? Didn't want to leave, right? Anyone felt like, yes, I can't wait till I leave Medina? So that feeling is real. And the Prophet ﷺ said that Iman returns to Medina just the way a snake returns to its hole. So people who have been to Medina, they always want to go back. It's the default answer. And those who haven't been, do you yearn to go to Medina? Do you wish one day Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will give you that path to go to Medina? For sure, because that's that faith that is bringing you there or wants you to go there. So alhamdulillah, I had the opportunity to be there. And COVID happened and my stay extended. And alhamdulillah, I was able to start a coaching business 2 years ago. I was working with Hajj and Umrah companies, so it was comfortable. And the more you can stay, and everyone goes through this experience that they're just trying to prolong their stay in Medina. They know that one day they're going to have to leave, but let's just get as much of it as we can. And it's different than here. It's much cheaper, so a little bit goes a long way over there. Now the time comes where the university is telling me that, okay, you got to go. You've overstayed your welcome. You need to leave. And my wife was also working there, alhamdulillah, and she had a contract that would finish in June of last year. So I have to leave in about November, December. They're telling me to leave. So I'm trying to get my kids transferred from my sponsorship under them, under my wife. And these people are like, no, you're the head of the household, they have to stay under you. They're little kids. All you have to do is click a button and they get transferred under their spouse, under their mother. But they're refusing to do it. But alhamdulillah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will, that would take some time, but eventually it will get done. And so now I'm leaving Medina. I'm going to go to Dubai for a week to get another visa to come back. So I don't want to leave just yet. I want to try to prolong my stay to be there with my spouse until her contract is done, and it's okay, we'll figure it out. So now comes the time that, okay, this journey is ending. Where's the next step? Where are we going to end up going to? So some of the things is that I knew that I wanted to be somewhere where family is close by, where I have the opportunity to give and not be in an environment that is going to drain me, organization that has resources, that has potential, and that will actually or value a vision that we can build together, inshallah. And I'm not lying when I say this. So I had a friend that came for Umrah in November, towards the end of November. I'm going to go meet him. I go to one of the hotels by the Haram, and I run into a former student who's a current, well, he's not in Charlotte anymore, but he was in Charlotte at that time. No intention to meet him, I was going to meet somebody else. I run into him, he's a former colleague of mine, and he tells me, oh, do you know that Sheikh so-and-so is mentioning that IAR is hiring? Now, IAR in the da'wah field is known to be in the big leagues. And you see that, mashallah. You see the programs that they offer, you see the different shuyukh that they bring in. So it has a very solid reputation. And I'm like, okay, I'm not really here for that, but thank you. And I meet my friend, I go to Dubai, I contact this person, he's like, yeah, contact so-and-so. So I contact them, they tell me that, yeah, we're looking, why don't you send your resume in? So I sent it in. They invited me in February to come down for a program and an interview. And alhamdulillah, things went well, and we agreed. Now, the thing is, I'm Canadian. So I'm learning the y'all and you know how to talk like a southerner. My wife is actually from Louisiana, so she gave me some instructions. So I'm Canadian, which means I can come into the country as a tourist, but I cannot legally work here. So this is another obstacle now. If I were to come into the country, I can't legally work, which means I have to apply for a change of status. That change of status, you can only apply after 90 days. Because if you come and you apply, they're like, hey, you came for tourism. What do you mean you want to start working now? So you have to wait 90 days, which means 90 days of not being able to legally work. Then on top of that, for them to actually approve the application, it takes another maybe 8 months to a year. And because of COVID, it's really backed up. Anyone has any family members that have been trying to sponsor? Or a spouse that may be from outside of the States? It's pretty backed up. So that's over a year being able to come and then actually be able to legally work. So okay, that's not the best option. What's the second option? That you apply from overseas. And because my wife is an American citizen, she can sponsor me. Now, how long is that going to take? Because of COVID, 2 years. So there's a big delay. The one thing that could happen is that the organizations apply for a work permit. Now, normally that takes 8 months to a year. So that's still another 8 months to a year wait. Unless they have a special status with the government for them to give them premium processing. And the organization does not know if they have this. They have no idea. The government knows, but the organization itself does not know. So this is where it's like, okay, we did what we could, we built ourselves, we put our trust in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, we prayed the istikhara, let's do it. Because over there, at least I have something there, I can extend my time, and Allah alam how long it will take. In 2 months, it got done. And because I was not expecting it to be done that quickly, I asked to finish some things so that I could come towards the end of the year. But the key is that you go on that journey. You develop yourself, you build your skill set, and then you leave the result to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The result is not in your hands, it's not in my hands. What's in my hand is what I can do to develop myself. And I enjoy the journey. So don't get attached to the result. Because once you set that target and you do the steps, you're automatically getting better. You're automatically getting closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You're automatically building your value. And when you become valuable, you become very difficult to replace. So our workshop today is going to be 4 parts. So the first thing is, number 1, understanding where you are. Because in order to go somewhere, you have to be able to know where you're starting from. The second part is, okay, we're going to look at our life and see how we're actually doing. The third thing is now towards 2024, and then eventually the big 3. So at the end of the day, what's in this for you is you get clarity, number 1, in terms of how you want your year and your life to proceed. And at the same time, you also need how are you actually going to achieve it. You need the plan. Because we can dream big, but if there's no action, nothing changes. And action without clarity also sometimes doesn't make sense, because we think we're doing the same thing over and over, and it's actually not taking us closer to where we want to go. So we'll come down to the parts as well, so this will come back, inshallah. So some of the things that I'll be sharing with you guys, inshallah, is things that I've learned and benefited from the likes of Sheikh Muhammad al-Sharif, rahimahullah. Anyone taken any of his courses? MashaAllah. So he is one of the pioneers in this industry that brought the Islamic aspect to this personal development world. And also from different experts in the industry like Mel Robbins, Tony Robbins, Brendan Bouchard, Jim Rohn, so on and so forth. So the first thing is we need to know that where we are. When you open Google Maps and you put in the destination, what's the next thing it asks you for? Yeah, we already put that in. But then what does it tell you after you tell them where you want to go? So where are you starting from? Jazakallah khair. So we need to know where we're starting from. You can't have a destination unless you know where you're going to be starting from. Because then it makes sense that, okay, what is my first step? What is my second step? Where do I need to turn right? Where do I need to turn left? So it's guided by how I'm trying to get there. I might set something, but it might not be realistic right now. Maybe that's something that's 3 years down the road for me. So when we know where we are, we can set better goals so that we actually get to where we want. So this is where the writing comes down. So I want you to look at your past year. I want you to take out your phones actually, and just go over your camera roll and look at your past year. And I want you to put down at least 10 highlights from your past year. 10 things that you're grateful to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that He gave you or that you achieved during this past year? Just go through your phone, or if it's in your mind, but write it down. And also notice that this highlight, what was the emotion it generated for you? What did you experience? Was it awe? Was it gratefulness? Was it fun? Was it food? Was it, what did the experience actually give you? So 10 things that you are grateful for towards Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I'll give you about 5 minutes to put it down. Okay, 5 highlights from your past year. 10 highlights. And then also notice kind of like what category does it fall under? Is it deen related? Is it family related? Is it work related? Is it fun related? Is it travel? Because this is going to give you data for what you actually enjoy doing. And then you just build on that, do more of it. One of the things that I'm personally grateful for is to actually be part of this community, believe it or not. It's not something I'm just saying, oh, I'm here, so I got to say it. No, I genuinely am grateful to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that He blessed me to be part of this wonderful community. So 10 things, this is our first question. 10 things or 10 highlights from your past year. Use your phone, look at your memories, because sometimes we forget. It's very easy to forget things that have happened to us, and go through your phone and see those memories. What you did, with who, why was it great, what did you enjoy about it, what emotion was it generating for you. This is all data to build on. Another personal highlight of mine that I'm grateful to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is this past year, I was able to work with Dar es Salaam Travel for Hajj and Umrah, and to be able to lead the guests of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala at least once or twice a month. And then to leave the Holy Lands and then come to Raleigh, North Carolina. I don't know if I've made the right decision or not. No, I'm kidding. Who has 10 things down? As we're going along, anyone want to share something from their past year that was a highlight for them? Graduated, mashallah. May Allah bless you in your journey ahead. Anyone else? Something you want to share from your past year? Umrah, first time? How was it? MashaAllah. What's one word to describe it? Breathtaking, MashaAllah. Anyone else? MashaAllah, takbir. One word to describe marriage. Adjustment? Okay, nice. Okay, go ahead. Happiness? Alhamdulillah. May Allah always keep you guys happy. Anyone else want to share something? I know a lot of your names. Don't let me call you out, Hamza. MashaAllah, so 2 things you shared. One word to describe marriage. MashaAllah, I like that. Okay, nice. MashaAllah. So you got your son married? Is your son here? He is here? Oh, he's not here. Alhamdulillah. You guys have 10 things down? Who has 10 things? Anyone? Okay, keep going. My alarm hasn't gone off yet. Who has like 8 things down? Okay, nice. Brothers, how many things you guys have down? Mukhtar? 5? Okay, keep going. 10 things. We have to be able to see the highlights that is there. I'm going to give you one more minute to just notice or look at your phone. It gives you a lot of data. Brings back memories and emotions. All right, now I want you to pause. Anyone has 10? Anyone close to 10? Okay, nice. So we're going to do an exercise now. I want you to close your eyes. Okay, I need you to engage with me. Active participation. I want you to close your eyes. Take a couple of deep breaths. Allow yourself to be in the moment. Okay? Not the future, not the past, in the moment. Take more deep breaths. Just get in the moment. Feel your presence, yourself in that chair. And I want you to go in your heart. Okay, go inside your heart. Keep breathing. I want you to open the connection between you and Allah. That connection is real. He sees you. He hears you. He knows you. He loves you more than your own mother. He's there for you. If you feel that connection open, I want you to say yes. Okay, if you feel that connection, keep breathing, open that connection. And if you feel it, say yes. Okay, He knows you. He knows what's in your heart. Now, I want you to genuinely thank Him for everything you wrote down. In your heart, just tell Him, thank you, Allah, for that. Thank you, Ya Rab, for that highlight. I want you to genuinely feel yourself saying that to Him. The connection is real. Allah is closer to us than our own jugular vein. We have to open that connection. We have to feel the presence of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in our life. And I want you to genuinely thank Him from your heart for everything you just wrote down. For each one, tell Him thank you. For each one, tell Him thank you. I want you to open your eyes. How do you feel? Content? Can someone give me a different feeling? Blessed? Brothers who actually engaged? Clarity? Sisters? Who said that? Gratitude? One more or two more?
So I feel like I actually feel more ashamed that I don't do it more often, like being truly grateful for all the blessings.
Okay, and how would you reword that? Why don't you reword it towards a positive? I'll come back to you while you think of that. Sakina? Yeah, that's awesome, mashallah. And can you think of a word? Okay, empowered. Looking forward to more opportunities, perhaps. So what you just went through is you shifted your state. You just shifted, you went to a different state. And this is accessible to you at any time. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is always there for us. We might not feel it at times, but it takes just pausing and doing a simple exercise like this to be able to see it. And you see in the Quran, how many times Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has mentioned, Ya bani Israel adhkuru ni'mati allati an'amtu alaykum. O children of Israel, remember the blessings of your Lord. Ya ayyuhan nas adhkuru ni'matallahi alaykum. O people, remember the blessings of your Lord. Right? How many times does Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mention this line in the Quran? Now the brain is designed to look out for danger and problems. And that's what it focuses on because it needs to protect us. Because the reality is, وَإِن تَعُدُّوا نِعْمَةَ اللَّهِ لَا تُحْسُوهَا, that if you were to count the blessings of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you will not be able to do it because there's way too many. But problems are what we focus on because we need either fight back or run away or protect ourselves or find something to get over that. The process of being grateful is a conscious one. That we have to consciously notice the blessings because the brain is always going to force us and shaitan is going to force us to look the other way. And to be in that peak state is very important for you going forward in order to actually achieve what you're trying to achieve or get closer to it. Because the more your state is in that peak state, the more likely you're to take action. And just notice when you feel down, unless you have to do it because you're getting paid by somebody to do it or your mom might yell at you, you'll do it. But the other things, will you do it? So sometimes we look at that, okay, how am I supposed to do it? Why do I want to do it? And then the state that I need to be in order to do it. But the key is it starts with that state. The more you are in the state of gratitude closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the more likely you're going to do things. So a simple thing that you can do is in the mornings, before you actually engage with the world, to do something like this that changes your state, shifts you into a closer connection with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and then go out in the world. And I challenge you to actually do it. And then see how your day goes compared to when you don't do it. If there's a positive response, then that's what we're after at the end of the day. So once you've noticed your highlights, the next step is, what were the hard times? And if you have the workbook in front of you, then there's 5 categories there. Number 1, deen. What were some struggles that you had with your deen? Number 2, your relationships. Number 3, when it comes to money, career, or school, for those of you who are in college. Number 4, for health, mental, physical health. And then finally, what were some hard times regarding fun and happiness? Maybe I didn't give enough time. So I want you to just put down some difficulties that you experienced this past year. Because the difficulties are there, and you have to. The difficulty should be easy, because it's probably on the top of our mind. I went through this person did this to me, my spouse was like that, My boss is a piece of this. So you're looking at every difficulty, not just 2023, but even the beginning part of this year. Personal difficulty for myself was the loss of my elder brother 2 weeks ago. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala have mercy upon him. And there's a lot of difficulties that you notice in your life. And you want to write them down. And as you write them down, because you're in this state of gratitude, I want you to notice how you overcame it as well. And how Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala was there for you. Notice that aspect. Pardon me? So as you're writing these things down, I want you to also notice how you overcame them. How Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala was there for you during those difficulties, and how He guided you and strengthened you to move past it. So as you notice those hard times, maybe you documented it, you have pictures about it. You can go through your phone again. But I want you to notice how you got through it. How Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala was there for you. You might not notice it, but what was possibly one good thing that came from it? What was the undercover blessing in that difficulty? How many hard times do we have? Anyone has 5? Anyone has more than 5? Because we acknowledge the hard times as well. Life is a test. Life is going to have obstacles in front of them. And we see that and we go through it, but at the same time, we also want to notice that how it impacted me. How was I able to actually overcome it? Where did that strength come from? Who do I lean into? How Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala was there for me. Because in those times, we might forget that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is there for us. And go back to notice that and kind of see how Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in His divine guidance is helping us through that. And even in those moments, is it possible to notice a blessing there? Is it possible to notice something good that came out of it? Would anyone like to share a difficulty? Because at the end of the day, we're all here for support. We're brothers and sisters in Deen, and we're here to support one another. Anyone have something to share? Loneliness? And how did that impact you? And I'm guessing you're not from here? Okay. And is there any good that came out of that? A lot of good? Would you care to share something with us? Okay. So you got more support from the brothers in the community? Alhamdulillah. Did it help you grow in any way? In what sense? Brotherhood? Okay, mashallah. So when you're with your family, you didn't get to experience that brotherhood from your brothers? Okay, alhamdulillah. Jazakallah khair, thank you for sharing that. Anyone else would like to share something? Hopelessness? Okay, that's definitely, I'm sure everyone here experiencing that difficulty by looking at the situation of our brothers and sisters in Palestine. Do you notice divine help there? In what sense? Okay, mashallah. So it brought a lot of people together. And do you notice how Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave you strength? You still feel hopeless? It comes and goes. Thank you. Jazakallah khair for sharing that. So after this, we get to, what did you learn about yourself during this past year? What did you learn about yourself during this past year? So one of the things that I learned about myself is sometimes I go into all or nothing thinking. And when I was in Medina, the people I work with are from here, from the States. So America is 8 hours ahead. So if I'm doing calls with them, it's early morning for me, past midnight, 2, 3 a.m., because it works easier for the people here. And it made it difficult to get into exercise routine per se. And even the nature of work was when you go for Umrah, you're always back and forth. So you're trying to get into that routine and you're doing good for a little bit. And then the momentum breaks. I noticed that it goes to like very dedicated to all of a sudden like, oh my goodness, who cares? And that's not a good thing per se. A more balanced approach would be that, okay, how can I, even in those moments, get some sort of exercise in there as well? Rather than I'm all in, or if it's too difficult or doesn't work with my schedule, to completely abandon it as well. Now, people are different. You might thrive in certain areas, and in certain areas you might not. And that's part of being a human being. Nobody's perfect. We're not robots at the end of the day. We're not angels that breathe dhikr. Even it could be, maybe I spend too much time on social media. So what did you learn about yourself? Whatever comes to mind. And you can derive data from your previous answers, your highlights and your struggles as well. Through that, what did you learn about yourself? Did you become more self-aware? Does anything come to mind? Give you 3 more minutes. What did you learn about yourself? Maybe somebody mentioned something to you, that you're like this. Or you have a habit of doing that. That doesn't mean it's necessarily true. but it's somebody else's observation. Maybe it's your own personal observation as well. What are the I am statements you tell yourself? Because sometimes we take this as a belief that it must be true because somebody else is mentioning it. Or because I am saying it, it must be true. But that is not necessarily true. So I want you to finish this as well. I am, what comes after that? What did you notice about yourself? Now, who has more, in your observations, is there more negative than positive? Who has more negatives there? Negative observations about yourself? Who has more positives? Who's kind of like in the middle? Okay. Would anyone like to share what they noticed about themselves, what they learned about themselves? Anyone? I know it's difficult, but. Do you believe that to be true? You do believe it to be true? Could you challenge it? Could you challenge it? Has there ever been a time where you don't do a lot? How could you change that? Okay, could be a different strategy that does not get you to that peak level, which would be? So this is all data that you're collecting. Anyone, I thank you for sharing that, by the way. Thank you so much. Jazakallah khair. I know it takes a lot of strength to share something like that. Anyone else notice something about themselves? Jazakallah khair. Thank you for sharing that. So somebody going through experiences, and this gives us, this is references for us. Because shaitan's gonna come and our own mindset is also going to do that. It's gonna try to limit us from believing what we can achieve. You can't do that, you're not built for that, this. But at the end of the day, it's not technically true. But because it's repeated so much in our minds, we tend to believe it's true. And references are very important, that you notice those blessings and those times that you've been able to overcome. or how you can change strategy. That sometimes we get fixed in that, oh, I am this way. That might be true, but what would be a different alternative to that? What's a different approach that I can utilize? And part of that is that you might fail. It might not work the first time. And that's perfectly okay. But it does give you data at the end of the day. So you learn from that. And everyone who has succeeded at the highest level in any industry has always failed. But those failures never set them back. It didn't let them believe that I am a failure or I'm not meant to do this. But what it gave them is gave them data that, okay, this didn't work. What else can I do in order to improve that aspect? Is there a different strategy I can utilize? Is there maybe a skill set that I need to learn in order to enhance my abilities? Anyone else has something to share before I move on? Okay, nice, mashallah. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala always keep you like that. Now, the nature of this might be that we go into a little bit of a negative state of mind because we start noticing these things. So I just want you to, before we end this part, overall in your entire life, not in this past year, but just overall, 3 things that you're proud of that you've accomplished. 3 things that you are proud of that you have accomplished in your life. If you feel like you haven't accomplished anything, then you and I need to have a session after this. But 3 things that you're proud of that you've accomplished. And it doesn't have to be something grand. Sometimes we look at accomplishment as something big. That when I hit this amount of money, that means I accomplished something. When I memorize the entire Quran, that means I accomplished something. When I have 100,000 subscribers, that means I have accomplished something. But even just starting something that you've never thought that you might be able to do is an accomplishment. A personal thing for me is when I was younger, I always had this belief that I could never start a business. I didn't understand the concept. People would talk about it, be like, yeah, I'm happy just working and stuff. Because I never saw myself to be able to actually do that. I didn't feel like I understood it. There's too many things at play in order to actually start something that is yours. But when we go on a journey of growth and understanding Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and how He helps us, you become more confident. Now the word, what does confidence mean, by the way? Someone give me a definition. What does confidence mean? Brother in the back. Believe in yourself, okay? Imran. Optimistic that you'll get it done. Anyone else have a definition? Humility to try to experiment. Good one. Sisters, what does confidence mean? Anyone? It's subjective, whatever comes to mind. So references that you've actually accomplished things? Okay. Trust. Strength. So these are all definitions for confidence. Now, the word confidence comes from the root word in Latin, which is confidere. And that means to rely and trust. I took a course on building confidence once, and the guy said that the ultimate confidence is to know that no matter the situation, that you'll be okay. That doesn't matter what happens, I'll be fine. Now, what's the Muslim definition? That's not accurate. At least in my book, it's not accurate. And I just gave you hints. Tawakkul, which is trust in who? The ultimate confidence. The word itself comes from the root word to trust and rely, but on who? On my abilities? On my skill set? The ultimate confidence for a believer is that regardless of the situation, I know Allah is going to take care of it. I might not see how, but I know Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will take care of it. But I have to do my part. Can't be just sitting in our homes and tawakkal ala Allah. And people would do that. They would come to the masjid and they would not go out and work. And Umar radiallahu anhu saw them and he said, what are you guys doing here? Why aren't you guys going out and working? And they said, we are mutawakkilun. We're the ones who put our trust in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And if you know Umar, what did Umar do? Jazakallah khair. He took his stick and he beat them. Because this is tawakkul. Tawakkul is when you pretend to be relying upon Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But the true definition of tawakkul is that you know Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is going to take care of it. You don't know how, but you have that trust. But at the same time, we have the understanding that I am going to do my part. So going back, I never thought that this was something that I could personally do. Launch some sort of a business. And when you go through that growth, and those of you who have studied with the late, great Sheikh Muhammad al-Sharif, you see that aspect, that how Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala opens doors for you. And through that, I was actually able to do it. And it ran pretty well, alhamdulillah. So that itself, it doesn't mean that I'm making millions or anything like that, but the fact that you were able to do something that you once did not think that you could do is an accomplishment. So we changed the definition of accomplishment as well. That doesn't mean that I graduated with a PhD and top of my class, that's an accomplishment. But the fact that you did something is an accomplishment to begin with. Now the next step is we're going to do a quick life audit. Because we want to see how we're actually doing and what things do we actually need to focus on. Because sometimes we might focus on the wrong thing. And at the same time, we don't want to focus on something and then destroying something else. Some people, they overwork themselves and they destroy their relationships. Or they destroy their health. Or they say that, a couple years I'm going to go make Hajj, I'm going to make Tawbah, I'm going to change myself. But right now I got to focus on this. But as Muslims, we have to be balanced. And the cornerstone is our relationship with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So you're going to rate yourself on a category from 1 to 10. Okay? 1 being the lowest, 10 being the highest. First thing, deen. What would you give yourself? Now this is not something to feel bad about. Okay, so whatever it is subjective at the end of the day. And most people are going to rate themselves low on deen. That's the default. Everyone usually rates themselves low on that. Anyone believe they're a 10? Astaghfirullah. What kind of Muslims are you? It's okay. It's not meant for you to feel bad. It's meant to get clarity that where do you see yourself, and then how can you actually move the needle forward. So first thing, deen, 1 to 10. What would you give yourself? Your relationships. You can split this into friends and family. And if you're married, spouse. Okay, friends, family, spouse. You can give it 1 score, or you can split it into 3 and rate each one separately. Some of them you might not care about. Spouse, who cares? 2 is okay. Wow, nobody said anything. What kind of people are you? Nobody cares about their spouse? I'm a marriage coach, by the way. Please, I think we need to book some sessions, inshallah. It's subjective, it's up to you, right? When you look at deen overall, in your closeness to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, maybe it could be in your seeking of knowledge. Maybe it can be towards living your purpose. However you see it, that deen category, what would you actually rate yourself? on a scale from 1 to 10. Relationships. Family, friends, spouse. Everyone done relationships? Done? By the way, silence means yes. So if I don't hear anything, I'm going to assume you finished it. The next is career, wealth, and if you're in school, school. So career is different from wealth. Career is in relation to your job, how it's going, the amount of satisfaction you get from it. Wealth is when it comes to your monetary account or your assets that you have built. Do you feel it's in a good place? Are you happy with it? So how would you rate that? And if you're in school, how's school going? Do you hate school and dread it? Can't wait till I finish? Or do you actually enjoy going to school and meeting your brothers and sisters? Who's in college, by the way? Okay, nice. Are we done career, wealth, and school? Anyone not done? Remember, silence means yes. Next is health. Health, we're going to split into mental and physical. How is your mental health? And how is your physical health? 1 to 10. And don't be, pessimistic about this. That yes, it can always improve. Yes, it can always improve. But if you're doing good, give yourself a good score. And make it according to your standard, not according to your mom's standard, or the sheikh standard, or your friend's standard, or this person that you think has accomplished so much according to their standard, your standard. It's about what you want, not what other people want you to need. And then finally, fun. How much fun and joy are you experiencing in life? All right. So this is going to be the last part before we break for 10 minutes. And then comes the planning aspect. How do we actually plan in order to succeed? So towards 2024, so we're going to use a business transformational model that's called Stop, Start, Continue. A lot of big brands utilize this. Once you get the data from your previous year and you see what's working, what's not. Now, in each category, what is one thing you should stop doing? Or maybe several things you should stop doing. So in each category, Dean, what's next? Relationships, career, wealth, school, health, and fun. What is something that you should stop doing? That's maybe not moving the needle forward for you. When you see your life audit and you see those numbers play out, what is something that if I stop doing it, it would move the needle forward for me? So for me, I need to stop being all or nothing when it comes to health. If I can get it, just do it. 5 minutes is better than 20 minutes. 5 minutes is better than nothing. Or maybe I need to stop being such a perfectionist. If it's not perfect, I'm going to keep working on it. But the key is to execute, get something out there, learn as we go along. one thing I can stop doing in each category. Now, it doesn't have to be one thing per se, it can be multiple things, but we at least want to get one thing down. Now, the next question comes that, will you actually stop doing it? Are you willing to put in the time to stop doing it? If it's not, then you might want to scratch it out. Look at it from a different perspective. How will it benefit me if I stop doing it? What's the good that could possibly come out of it? Everyone got stopped down? So then next we come to, what are things I should continue doing? Because you have a lot of wins in there as well. And we have to acknowledge it, we have to recognize it, and keep doing it. Continue doing this. I should continue doing this in each category. Things that are going well, those pictures that you looked at, those emotions that was generated. I should continue going on these kind of trips. I should continue attending the masjid. Anyone removing the masjid from their list? Sure? Continue. When it comes to my deen, what should I continue doing? Continue learning. When it comes to my relationship, it's very key. What's working there? Right? What things is impacting my kids, my family, my spouse? I might not want to do it, but I should continue doing it. When it comes to my career, continue working on yourself is very key. Because the more you work on yourself, once again, the more valuable you become. The more valuable you become, the harder it becomes to ignore you. The harder it becomes to replace you. The easier it becomes for you to find other options as well. Because you have become legendary. When it comes to your health, what should you continue doing? When it comes to your mental health, what should you continue doing? And when it comes to your fun, what should you continue doing as well? Everyone has at least one thing down for each category? Anyone not have at least one thing down? I'll give you 30 seconds. And finally, what is one thing you should start doing in each category? One thing you should start doing when it comes to your deen, when it comes to your relationships. Maybe I should start appreciating my spouse a little bit more, telling them how wonderful they are, and telling my parents how much I love them. Who has a difficulty telling their parents they love them? Sisters, probably not. Brothers? When's the last time you told your parents you love them? When's the last time you told your parents you love them? Morning? Who said that? MashaAllah. Anyone else? Do you remember the last time you told your parents you love them? You do? Okay, nice. Brothers, when do you guys, do you remember it? It took me losing my brother to be able to tell them that I love them. Tell them you love them. Send them a text message right now. Like, Baba, I love you. And he's going to message you back like, what happened to you? Are you okay? Something happened? Did you get in an accident? Sometimes parents get shocked as well. Where is this coming from? What does this person want from me? So what is something that you should start doing? It doesn't have to be something that's big. Be something small that can make a difference in that relationship. What is something you should start doing at work, perhaps? When it comes to your wealth, maybe I should start investing a little bit. Maybe I should start budgeting, maybe. All right, so once again, it doesn't have to be something that is big. The grand one is coming. Right now, you just want to notice things that you can start doing, at least one thing. Then you can build on it as well. What is one thing that you should start doing when it comes to your health? Maybe I can walk a little bit more. Maybe I can walk faster. Maybe I can, when it comes to my mental health, what can I do? Maybe I can count my blessings. Maybe I can implement the morning routine of thanking Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That shifts my perspective or shifts my mindset. And what is something that I can start doing that will bring more fun and enjoyment into my life? I think we're pretty good when it comes to fun. Would I be wrong to assume that? Good when it comes to fun? So what is something I can start doing when it comes to fun? Travel? Have fun alone? Okay, nice. Who needs people to have fun? You guys don't need people to have fun? Can have fun on your own? MashaAllah. If you were to just notice my personality, would you say I'm an introvert or extrovert? Extrovert? I'm an introvert, actually. But you can always expand that aspect of yourself. Just because somebody might like a certain area or prefer to be in a certain way, does not mean that they cannot expand that range. So it's very careful that we have to be careful when we start labeling ourselves. That I am this way. You might prefer to do something a certain way. That's fine, that's perfectly okay. But you can always expand your range. You can always step outside of that comfort zone. And especially towards children. You know, we'll tell them, and my child, he's 6 years old, and he doesn't like to greet people. And we automatically, as parents, we say, oh, he's shy. Now, what's the problem with that? Putting a label on him. What's another problem that comes from that? Jazakallah khair. Right. So the bigger problem is he starts believing it. That if my father is saying that he's shy, that I'm shy, that means it must be true. He's not questioning that label. He's automatically assuming it. And sometimes we have that as well. Maybe people labeled us this way. Or they told us you're like this. And we automatically believe it. Oh, it's coming from an elder, or it's coming from this person. They know me, or my friends. So I start believing these things, and I start limiting myself. And we have to be very careful when it comes to labeling ourselves. and also labeling others as well. So I learned that not to do that. Maybe he doesn't want to talk, it's okay. He's only 6 years old. He'll develop that skill eventually, inshallah. So everyone has something down for starting each category. We're going to take a break for 10 minutes. Muslim time, please. Islamic time. Muslim time means 20 minutes. Islamic time, it is 11:33. 11:43, we're going to resume, inshallah. So we just finished the gathering data and understanding, okay, what things we can change. The next part is, how do you actually make it happen? And are you aligned with what you want or no? So we'll come back at 11:44. Actually, make it 11:45, inshallah. Okay, 11:45 bi'idhnillah. Jazakallah khair. Assalamu Alaykum. All right. We are ready to begin part 4, the most important part. So now you have a lot of data when it comes to things that you can start doing, stop doing, continue doing. You've learned about yourself, you've seen where your life is. Now, realistically speaking, you're not going to be able to work on everything. And if you overwhelm yourself, you're going to burn out. But we want to be able to focus now that, okay, what are the most important things that I actually want to work on that is going to make 2024 a great year for me? Now, there's basic things that you can stop doing, which is simple, it's easy to do. And that will move the needle forward for you, bi'idhnillah. But we want to be able to derive that, okay, what are you actually after? What would make 2024 a great year for you? Where you can look back and say that, you know what, alhamdulillah, that was a great year for me. I grew, I connected more with Allah and everyone else. I challenged myself. Because when you have big dreams or your goals are big and they demand from you and you're excited about them, you'll pay the price. And then you'll look back and say that that was a small price to pay because of how it impacted you. But if the goal is too easy, doesn't require much effort, you're not going to get excited or motivated to actually go after it. If it's too unrealistic, you're going to feel overwhelmed. But the sweet spot is that has to be in the middle. That is outside your comfort zone, but is not too much where you get overwhelmed. And we're going to break it down that how do you actually plan it out so that it becomes more realistic for you to actually achieve this. Now, let's find out what you actually want in the first place. The Prophet ﷺ said in Hadith Qudsi, what is the difference between Quran, Hadith, and Hadith Qudsi? Anybody? They're all revelation, by the way. Okay. Okay, Jazakallah khair, thank you. It's a great description of it. So Quran is the word of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala as spoken by Him. So it's directly the word of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Hadith is also revelation, but it's the words of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And Hadith Qudsi is the word of Allah, but through the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So he's narrating that aspect. So in Hadith Qudsi, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, and I'm only going to focus on the last part of this hadith, that Allah is saying that if, O Ibn Adam, if the first of you and the last of you, the human of you and the jinn of you, were to stand in a platform in one land, and you were to ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for any and everything you wanted, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will give you everything you wanted, and He will not lose except as when you dip a needle in the ocean and pull it out. How much water is on that needle? Nothing. Allah loses nothing when we ask Him. Allah loves to be asked, and He loves to give. Allah feels shy to turn away His believing slave when they raise their hands to Him and ask Him to turn them away with nothing. But Allah's answering is not necessarily the manifestation of that thing. That's how I made dua, I expect to see something tangible in front of me. Allah might give that to you. Allah might give you something better. Allah might save it for you on Yawm al-Qiyamah. Or He might prevent something from happening to you. So there's multiple ways that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala answers the dua, but every dua is answered. Every dua is answered. And Allah loses nothing when He gives us. So I want you to now close your eyes. I want you to breathe again. Deep conscious breath. Come into the moment. Go into your heart and open that connection. It's easier to do with your eyes closed. We can do it with your eyes open too. Feel that connection. Know that He is Mujib, the one who answers. Know that He is Qareeb. He is the closest one to you. Know that He is Al-Kafil, the one who takes care of your affairs. Know that He is Ar-Razzaq, the one who is always giving. Always. Open that connection. Now I want you to imagine that you're standing on that platform. You are there. What are you going to ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for? In the next 10 years, what do you want from Allah? Not what you can achieve or what you think you can achieve, but what do you want from Allah? I want you to make this dua, but you're going to write it. I want you to list down 30 things that you want in the next 10 years. 30 things. 5 in each category and then 5 in general. You're on that platform, you're going to write this down so you can open your eyes. Let that feeling be there. Oh Allah. And none of it you're going to write down is akhirah related. Okay? For now, we're just going to 5 things you want in each category. So 30 things you're going to write down. I'm going to give you 10 minutes. Remember, there's no limit to what you can ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for. What do you want in your deen? What would you ask Him for? When I say akhirah related, I mean that enter me into Jannah and make the hisab easy for me. That one you're holding on for now. In your deen, what would you ask for? Next 10 years, what do you want? Okay, and I want you to be specific. Like rahmah is, we all want that, but that's general. Or word it differently. What do I need to do in order for me to get the rahmah? And the rahmah is always there as well. 30 things. What do you want in your deen? What do you want in your relationships? Not what you think you can achieve, but what do you want? Remove that barrier that limits yourself. Five things in your relationship. What would you ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for? What do you want to experience with them? What do you want to do? What kind of parent do you want to be? What kind of spouse do you want to be? What kind of friend do you want to be? What do you want to accomplish in your deen? What kind of relationship do you want to have with Allah? What do you want to study? What kind of books do you want to read? What kind of relationship do you want with the Quran? When it comes to your career, wealth, school, what do you want from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? What kind of career do you want? How would you like your wealth to be? What do you want to accomplish in school? What do you want to experience when it comes to work? What do you want to experience when it comes to giving back? What kind of relationship do you want to have with the masjid, the community? What changes would you like to see? You are asking the one who, when he says kun, it happens. There's no limit. When it comes to your health, what do you want? Your mental health. Your physical health. When it comes to fun, what kind of experiences would you like to have? When it comes to travel, overall fun. Even emotions. Because at the end of the day, through everything that we're chasing, there's a feeling also we're chasing as well. What are the feelings you want to experience in your life? What are the emotions you'd like to experience? Nobody gets married and says, I can't wait till I argue with my spouse. Or I can't wait to feel anger at them. But on the flip side, that happens a lot. So what is the emotion I'm chasing as well? And then 5 could be anything. Right, if you're not married, what kind of spouse do you want to have? What kind of relationship do you want to experience with them? What kind of things do you want to do together? If there was no limit and you could ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for any and everything you wanted, what would you ask for? Anyone has 30 things down? 30 things? MashaAllah. What kind of skills do you want to develop? What kind of mission would you like to accomplish? What kind of legacy would you like to leave behind? I'll give you 3 more minutes. Anyone have 30 things? Who's stuck? Anyone stuck? How many things are you stuck at? That's okay. For this exercise, put it all down. That's fine. So right now, you just want to put as many things as comes to your mind. So for now, we're not limiting ourselves. Because remember, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala does not lose anything. Maybe the thing doesn't happen actually, and that's okay because the dua is answered. And sometimes the best thing for us will be on Yawm al-Qiyamah, we'll come in front of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and be all these things waiting for us. And that is the result of those du'as that we thought went unanswered. And then we would wish that more of our du'as actually didn't manifest itself, so that it would elevate our status even further. So by asking, you lose nothing. Even right now, sneak in a dua. As you're writing this, actually make the dua. All right, 30 seconds. And the last 20 seconds, throw in akhirah du'as in there as well. All right, so the next thing I want you to do is to look at your list, and you're going to put down a number beside it. 1, 3, 5, 10. So what are the du'as that you think that can happen in a year, in 3 years, in 5 years, and 10 years? So beside each one, you're going to number it. Which are the ones that can happen in a year, 3 years that you would like or you would want it to happen within a year? Now this is where you have to be realistic to a certain degree. Right? Which are the things that can happen in a year, in 3 years, in 5 years, and 10 years? So beside each one, and then put in the bottom, how many of them are 1 year, 3 year, 4 year, 5 year, and 10 years? Because most people, they overestimate what they can accomplish in a year, and they underestimate what they can get done in 10 years. Yes. Something you can act towards? Can you give me an example? So still put it down. There is an aspect that you can control. You decide. That's fine. Continuous? You can, yeah, put it across the board. Or you can kind of break it down. Where would you like to see it in a year? Where in 3 years? Where in 5? Where in 10? Where in 15 maybe? So I'll break it down into 2 categories, right? You have a type of goal that you know if you do X, Y, Z, you'll get the desired result. So for example, if I want to get in better shape, I eat cleaner, I exercise more regularly, I should be able to get that result. Right? If I'm trying to go 10% body fat and this much pounds of muscle, so on and so forth, that's a different story. There's another type of goal that you might not get the desired result. For example, I want a promotion in my company. Or I want to be able to save this much money. Those ones, or I want to get married, for example. Those ones, it's not about actually achieving it. In marriage, yes it is. But it's about what you can do that's going to lead to that. Because it might not be that company, but another company might hire you. You've grown and become valuable, that another company will gladly take you. Or Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, with that strategy, you might triple your investments. But the fact is that you're getting better. You as an individual are changing. So it's not the result that you're ultimately after, but it's about that journey, that growth. And in some of them, you'll get it. Some of them, you might not get exactly that, but we're not worried about that because that's always in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's hand. The fact that you became better will automatically improve those areas for you. Okay? Now you're going to take those, everyone numbered your goals that you put down? And you put how many 1 year, 3 year, 5 year, 10 year ones you have? How many 1 years do you guys have? Abdul Wahab, how many 1 years do you have? 2? 4? 10? 5? 9? Sisters? 7? 10? 2? Okay, now you're going to look at them, and we're going to break it down. So what we did previously is the easy stuff. Now comes what it will actually make it happen. So you're going to choose 3. Look at all your data, all the stuff you put down, your life audit, which area kind of needs the most work, what things you immediately need to improve on. You look at your 1 year ones. Which are the 3 most important ones for you? You can even look at a longer term, and if that's really important to you, what would be the 1 year equivalent of that? So if I see myself in 3 years having this amount of growth when it comes to my business, for example, what is the 1 year breakdown of that, if that is really important to you? So you're going to put down, for goal number 1, the category, which category it falls under. Now this part is really crucial for active participation. Okay, everyone has the category down? Now, what do you want? In this category, in the next year, what do I want? Would anyone like to share? Okay, so to learn conversational Arabic and to understand the Quran more. So that's under Deen, that's what he wants. Okay, that's specific. Okay, so we want it to be specific. Can be, I want to get married, I want to find somebody to start talking to, for example. The next comes, now there's two parts to, and this is research back, in order for something to actually happen. You have to know why you want it, and you have to know how you're actually going to get it. You might not know, you might know how, but you don't really care about it, it's not going to happen. You might have a strong why, but you don't know how you're actually going to accomplish it, chances are it's not going to happen. So when it comes to learning conversational Arabic and Quran, why do you want it? Okay. Hold that thought, okay? So I want you to put down the why, whatever comes to mind. Just put it down. Now that first thing you put down is not strong enough. So we're gonna go 7 levels deep. Why do you want that? Why is it important to you? And as I'm speaking with him, I want you to follow along as well. So whatever you put down, why is that important for you? And why is that important to you? And why is that important to you? So it's the value of family connection. Okay, and why is that important? And why is that important? What does that lead to? And why is that important? And why is that important? On eternal peace. Anyone notice something? And I want you to do this. We kind of jumped the gun a little bit. But just go with the flow, okay? So you're at level 2 now. Why is that important? What values is it going to bring out? And I appreciate you for sharing that. Jazakallah khair. May Allah bless you and give you happiness and give you the strength and ability to accomplish that and enter you into the highest level of Firdaus with your family members. Now level 2, why is that important? So you go on level 3 now. Why is that important to you? How does it line up with my values? Why is it important to me? What does it give me? What does it lead towards? Level 4, why is that important? Level 4, why is it important? How does it line up with your values? What does it tell you about yourself? Level 5, why is that important? So why is that important for you? Level 5, I want you to dig deep. Why is it important? What does it lead to? What does it ultimately get to? Are we ready for level 6? Why is that important? Level 6. Why is it important? What does it lead towards? Why must you get that? Why is it important to you? Why is it important? I'm going to push you one more level. Usually by level 5 you should get there, but one more. One more dive. Why is that important? Why is that part important to you? Why does it matter? Why must it happen? All right, how many people ended up at some sort of akhirah connection? So this is where you transform your goal. Because it's not just about accomplishing something. A family relationship gets transformed into something to do with your akhirah, which is ultimately earning Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's pleasure. And that is the key, that your goals are connected with your akhirah as well. Right? How anyone not get to an akhirah connection? Anyone? Okay, silence means you're agreeing. Everyone got to an akhirah connection? And usually that's what happens. For a believer, when they dig deeper, you run out of things eventually. And then what's beyond that is that connection with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And Shaykh Muhammad al-Sharif, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala have mercy on him, he always connected this, that it's dunya and akhirah. But that component comes out when you dig deep into it. Now you have a strong purpose. Now you have a desire to go and actually put in the work to get to that. The next step is, why don't you have that right now? Why don't you have it already? And this is where we be honest with ourselves. And we're not talking about Jannah, right? No. We're talking about that level 1 aspect, or that goal that I've said, what do I want? Why don't you have it already? Maybe I've limited myself. Maybe I gave up. I'm on the journey to it. I'm getting there. Maybe I believed what people said. Why don't you have it already? And you want to focus on 3 big goals for the year. It can be in different categories, preferably. Because if it's too much, you're not going to do the work. It's going to be too much. And we're going to refine it so that it becomes easier to actually do it, inshallah. Because ambition is one thing, and getting hyped for something, but actually doing the work that will get you to the destination is another thing. We have to factor into multiple things. Your schedule, your commitments. But we want to find the gaps to be able to optimize and utilize it so that we actually get to where we want to get to. So after you put down why you don't have it already, how do you know if you've succeeded? When will you know if you've succeeded? How are you going to measure this? When will you know you get to that destination? Now I want to pick on someone. Anyone? Volunteer? When will you know if you've succeeded? So when will you know if you've succeeded? What can you think of? What's your rule for that? Is it when you fly in salah? When you get lost? Okay. What else gives you indication that you're on that journey? Okay, I'm going to come back to you, inshallah. Anyone else want to share how they'll know if they've succeeded? Sisters? Been awfully quiet lately. Anyone? The reason I'm asking is because I want to uncover your rules. When it becomes, how do you define easy? And what if it doesn't become easy? Does that mean you failed? Okay, so how can you refine it then? Anyone else want to share their rule?
I want to start a business that creates modest scrubs for Muslims. And the way I know if I succeed in my goals is my website up and running, have manufacturing.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that. Anyone else? We've got two brothers participating. Another sister want to? The reason I'm asking once again is I want to see your rule. Because if your rule is unreasonable, you're not going to get that experience. And sometimes we set unreasonable rules for ourselves. An example, my marriage is succeeding if my spouse always agrees with me. They can never disagree with me. Things have to be a certain way. The world has to be in this kind of way. Now the thing is, we don't know we have these rules, but you have this rule. How do you know you have a rule? Why are you feeling disappointed? Why are you experiencing frustration? Why are you angry? Why are you happy? Why are you having fun? There's a thinking pattern that's there that leads that if this happens, that means I'm feeling this. So you want to see that rule. Most people have a very easy path towards negative emotions. One thing happens, they experience negativity. But they have a very long and dreaded road to experience positive emotions. And you want to see this rule. That is my rule, am I in control? Or is something else in control? Right, so for example, when it comes to more khushu', for example, is khushu' in my control or is it outside my control? Is it your control? Both? So what's in my control is the steps, what I can do. So for example, I make wudu properly. I sit down 5 minutes before salah, I don't just come into it, in order to pray my sunnah, engage in some dhikr so I'm getting in the right frame of mind. And then I stand in the salah and try to bring presence into it. Right? So I want to focus on the steps that I can take. So it's within my control. The khushu' will come eventually. But the khushu' comes from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Even for the business aspect. Right? Your rule is a great rule because it's what you can do. You get a website running, have a product, and then there's 4 steps, there's more steps coming as well, right? But this gives you something that's within your control that you can measure. Because a lot of times people are going to have this rule that I'll know I succeeded when I hit that target. So the whole time they're not enjoying the process. They're feeling miserable about it. It becomes too hard when they experience roadblocks. So the rule has to be tweaked where you're experiencing that enjoyment as you're going through this. If your rule is not giving you that, you have to change it. You need to alter that rule. So it's about what you're doing. So if I take care of X, Y, Z, that means I'm on the right path. Allah will bring that result eventually. Because we kind of imagine growth to be like this, consistent. But the reality is growth does not work that way. It goes, you might go this, then you'll be stagnant for a little bit, then you might drop a little bit, then you might be even lower, then you get up a little bit. The key is as you keep developing yourself, and especially in business as well, that the first few months, you might not get anything. But what you're getting is, you're getting data. Like what's working, what's not working. Okay, what do I need to improve on? Who is a resource I can tap into that has been through the same experience that I can learn from? Can I persist enough where, because when it clicks, then it just explodes. But that is not in our control. That is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's control. So even spouses have this rule with one another. That how does one person experience connection and the other person experiences the same thing? They have two different rules. The more your rule is within your own control, the more in control you are of the feeling that you're chasing. The next part is, what steps do you need to take? So what's the first step you need to take? So we're going to reverse engineer this goal. What's the first thing that I need to take in order to move towards that direction? After I put that down, can I think of another 5 to 10 steps? That if I were to follow this, I'm going to get to my destination. So put down your steps. And this is where you're going to dig deeper later on as well. Right now on the top of your mind, but then you can always go and research. But the thing is, a lot of people get lost in that phase. They're researching for months, and they haven't taken a single step. The key is to take, you know what you want, you know why you want it, then actually go and do something about it. You're going to mess up, and that's perfectly fine because you're getting data that didn't work. And then I learn from that, what can I improve and enhance? What can I change? What can I, how can I strategize differently? So the key is to take continuous action. It doesn't mean you're a failure. It doesn't mean you're not good enough. It doesn't mean that it's not meant for you to happen. It does not mean that Allah's not on your side. It does not mean that you're not meant to succeed. It just means that you need to try something different. Or I need to just keep at it until it actually happens. Maybe I need to enroll in a course. Maybe I need to learn about nutrition. Maybe I need to learn about what's the optimal way of resistance training. Instead of just focusing on cardio, that I think that's going to help me get in shape. But maybe there's another way to get in better shape with less amount of time. What's working for people? We live in a world where information is, you can get it like that. Sheikh GBT is awesome. Can tell you things like that. You can even design your whole life in a matter of minutes. But information does not lead to transformation at the end of the day. It is action that does it. So what are the steps that I can take in order to, that will lead to that result? And remember, part of learning and growing is failing. It's okay to fail. I want you to tell yourself this. Tell yourself in your mind. It is okay to mess up. It is okay to fail. It does not mean I am a failure. It just means I need to try something different. Or I need to give it more time. Because sometimes we get frustrated because we have this goal and we're putting out the work and we're not getting to that. And sometimes we get frustrated with dua. I've been making the dua, I'm taking the steps, and I'm not getting to my destination. But maybe I am underestimating the time frame. Let me give it more time. Because sometimes you learn that it takes more time than we actually imagine for that thing to actually happen. Yes, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala can make it happen like that. But through that journey, how is He setting me up? Through those obstacles, what am I improving on? How is that building my character? What skill set am I developing that is going to come in useful? The first time I started an e-commerce brand, spent a lot of money learning, putting in ads, And you know how many sales I made? 0. Now, does that mean I failed? Yes, in a sense I did. Didn't make anything from that. But I learned a lot. I learned, number one, marketing aspect. Learned how to run Facebook ads. I learned that, hey, that's actually not my passion. Not really that interested in it. So it helped me get closer to where I actually want to go towards. Maybe, then after that, I partnered with somebody and started a skincare brand. And how many sales I made? 3, so that's an improvement. And then it's like, I'm like, okay, how can I improve this? And I'm going into material that, as a guy, I should not be getting into that kind of stuff. That's for women to, it's halal for them. It's not halal for me to go into that. So perhaps it's impacting my akhirah as well. That if I keep going down this path, that it might have an effect or impact on my deen. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is protecting me from something. But nonetheless, there's a lot of benefit that I got from that. A lot of things that I learned that I can implement in other things that I do. So what are the steps? And then, okay, if I mess up, it just means that I just need to re-strategize. Now, I want you to look at your steps. Okay, look at your steps, look at the goal, look at everything. How many people experience uncomfort looking at that? Anyone experiences uncomfort looking at it? Anyone experiences excitement looking at it? Now, the ones who didn't raise their hand, either you're not doing what I'm asking you to do, or you don't like me. If you are experiencing uncomfort with it, that means you're linking pain to that goal. And that also means that it's highly likely that you're not going to accomplish it. Because you're associating difficulty with it. And people are more likely to not do something when it's linked towards pain. Now, what is the pain and pleasure concept when it comes to our deen? Come on, guys, we have ultimate pain, we have ultimate pleasure. Jazakallah khair. You have Jannah and Jahannam. What is Jannah filled with? Or that envelops it? Hardships. And what does Jahannam, what is around it? Desires. So the association that's there is that the path to Jannah is difficult. And the path to Jahannam, even though nobody's trying to go there, but it's easy. There's pleasure in there to give in to your desires. So if somebody might be struggling with a certain aspect, could be in anything. Could be in their deen, could be in their family relationships. Very likely they're associating pain to that change. That if I take the necessary steps, it's going to be difficult. So the key is we have to change it. So from an Islamic concept, that we look at ibadah through the lens of pleasure. This is a way for me to get closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I link it to Jannah. How exciting it is going to be swimming in rivers of honey and wine. And I can do any and everything that I ever imagined to do. Go sit with the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Listen to his stories. Be with the companions. Did you do this? Umar, why were you like this? Ya Rasulullah, I heard this hadith. I don't know if it's true or not. Is it true? How many of us imagine that aspect of Jannah? Those emotions coming up when it comes to that eternal enjoyment. How many people, and this is the power of visualization, that you can actually, Jannah, you'll never be able to experience it in its reality, because it's something beyond what I can see, what the ears can hear, and what a mind can imagine. But if you do it, if you try to visualize it, you will experience some level of enjoyment. And the opposite is true as well, that if you try to visualize Jahannam, and the pain that's there is going to make you feel very uncomfortable. If you don't believe me, try it. You will experience a level of uncomfort. The key is to continuously link pleasure to those things that you want. So even for your goal, if you are experiencing some level of uncomfort, I want you to change that perception. How can you link it to pleasure? What's it going to give you? How much is your life going to change if you were to be able to accomplish this? How much closer is it going to allow you to get to your destination? What are the positive emotions is going to bring in your life? How is your relationship with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala going to be if you were to do that? So the key is to make that positive association with these goals. And some people are different, because you can do it two ways now. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, being the creator, He knows human psychology. He's the one who created us at the end of the day. Some people are motivated by the pleasure of Jannah. They hear about Jannah, they're excited about it, they visualize it. You know, that motivates them, I need to get there. Other people are motivated by the fear of pain, the fear of Jahannam. That is more to push them. Now you might be one of the other. So your link is to link it to pleasure and also to pain to not accomplish that, or not to make that change, not necessarily to get to that actual thing. But if I don't change this aspect, then what are the consequences? And link that to pain, associate pain with it, and make a link towards pleasure when it comes to the goal. I can give you 2 minutes to do that. And you want to do this on a regular basis, because you're going to forget. It's part of human beings, right? We come, we get excited, we're hyped, we put it down, but then the key comes in that it is that consistency, that continuous action that we do on a regular basis that is going to actually move that needle forward. And before any of that, you have to be in that peak state. It's very important, because if you're in the right state, you will do the right action. If you're not, you will more than likely not do it unless there's something binding on you to do it. So link it to pleasure. Now you have to look, how does it actually fit in your schedule? So you have an ideal week. How would these tasks that I need to do, how does it fit in my schedule? Do I have the time to do it? Do I have the ability to do it as well? So think of your ideal week. Where does this squeeze in? Do you have enough time? Morning, evening, afternoon? Where is it going to fit in? Because we need to know when, where, and what are you going to do. So when are you going to do it? Where are you going to do it as well? Because as human beings, we develop patterns within our lives. Relationships also develop patterns. People are used to doing things a certain way. So we want to recognize the pattern and then change the pattern as well. How does this fit in with my already busy schedule? Do I need to maybe tone it down a little bit? Do I need to adjust it a little bit? Maybe I don't have time to work out 45 minutes for 4 days in a week. Maybe I have time for 20 minutes, 3 days a week. Maybe I cannot get up for Salat al-Fajr. So I pray when I wake up. Seriously? You gonna let me get away with that? No, that doesn't work. Maybe I cannot get up when time comes in, but I can do it towards the last 30 minutes. Maybe I cannot spend 1 hour on my spiritual growth, but I can squeeze in 10 minutes multiple times in the day. Right, so this is very important, that how is it going to fit into your schedule? And in those situations where you get extremely busy, so you have the ideal that you want. Okay, ideally I can do this, this, this. But what is also the minimum that I want to put in there as well? The minimum I can do when things get busy is at least read half a page, for example. At least do a 5-minute workout. At least spend 10 minutes researching certain prospects when it comes to business, for example. Maybe I can't do it 5 days, I can do it 1 day. Maybe I can't pray 5 times a day, so I pray 3 times a day. Come on, you guys. Right, certain things are no-nos, right? Maybe I can't be nice to my mother. Right, so certain things, the halal stays halal, the haram stays haram. But the adjustment comes that, okay, how can I adjust it? So you want to set an ideal and a minimum as well. What is the minimum that I can put in when things get crazy in my life, when I get overwhelmed? So this way it doesn't become all or nothing. Either I do all of it or I do none of it. At least I can do a minimum, because what usually happens is you want to keep it easy to start. Once you start something, it's going to stay in motion. So for example, half a page, you start half a page, you're very likely to read a little bit more. You start off with a 2-minute, it might sound silly, but if I start off with a 2-minute workout, it's much less daunting on the mind. And usually you will continue from there. So when am I going to do it? Where am I going to do it? And the next thing is, can I make it easier for myself? So one of the key things is, and this comes from the book Tiny Habits, is I want to make it easy to start. Because if it's too difficult, I'm not going to do it. So instead of thinking of, I want to pray 6 rak'ah qiyam al-layl, can be overwhelming. I can make it that I want to get up and make dua. That's something easy to be done. Or I can make it easy that after Isha, I can pray 2 rak'ah. Right? Qiyam al-layl starts from after Isha. The best time is the last third, but you can fit it in there as well. So can I make it easier for myself to actually do the action? So when, where, and what? What is the easy action that will get the momentum going for this one goal that you have? And easier also is, can I link or connect it with something that I'm already doing that serves as the trigger for the other action? So it links it, something that you already have in your schedule, that you're already doing. Maybe you have time after that. Can you make that the follow-up for the next action? This last part. So the other part about building a habit is there has to be something that triggers it. Right? So for example, the adhan is the cue for us to pray. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala already gave us the trigger in order for us to pray our salah. So in the same sense that, okay, what is going to serve as that reminder that reminds you to do this action and the easy action? It can be an alarm that you set. It can be, if you want to take it another level, get an accountability partner. And both of you communicate with one another. You make a pact that we're going to hold each other accountable. This almost guarantees that you're going to actually take action. That you're going to help one another, or you're going to remind one another, or check up on one another, that did you do the action? And then as you're going through this, who do you need to become in order for this thing to be like second nature to you? Right? What's my identity that I need to take on? When it comes to, for example, for health, right? Who do I need to become in order to make this something that is second nature to me? Right? How do I need to think? Or to be a good spouse, for example. And it's not just repeating, I am a good spouse, I am a good spouse, I'm a good spouse. But to actually, you learn that skill set, then you implement it, and then you learn from that as well. So who is somebody that can naturally achieve this thing? And what can I do to become like that? So imagine the person who's already achieved this. How do I need to think in order to achieve that? Because then it becomes second nature to you. You're already that person. But it's conditioned, because we tell ourselves why we cannot do it, that I'm not this person. But if we take on the identity of somebody who is able to achieve that, it becomes very easy for it to happen. But once again, it's consistency. Something that you do consistently, that's what's going to rewire the brain waves that's there. Neuroplasticity, it says that a person can change their habits. Because when you develop a new habit and you take the action consistently, it rewires the brain. And any person can make the change. And then finally, you're going to write down your husn al-dhann of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Your good expectations of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And you're going to design a dua around it as well. That you're going to make on a regular basis. So what is my good expectations of Allah? Number one, do I have good expectations? If I don't, I need to have those good expectations. Because ultimately, that certainty will only come from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And I want to have that, I want to actually write it down. And I want to remind myself of it regularly. That Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is there for me. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is going to make it happen. He's going to show me the path. He's going to open the doors for me. He's going to guide me to where I need to go. But based on His timeline. But I just need to know that He's there for me. I have to remind myself of this. Ibn Mas'ud radiallahu anhu said that a believer is not given anything that is better than husn al-dhann of Allah ta'ala. Anything that is better than good thoughts and expectations of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Because all good is with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and He can do anything. In our modern world, we're used to telling ourselves that, yes, I can do it. You got it. Give yourself those affirmations. But for us, we know Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the one who can make it happen. And I have to believe that He can make it happen. This is very important. Because if you don't believe that it can happen, and this is not said verbally, but it is said through people's actions, that they don't believe that something can happen, which means that they don't take the necessary steps. And if you push back enough, they don't believe that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala can actually give it to them. So this is where husn al-dhann comes in, and we have to remind ourselves of this regularly. And this is building that connection with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala at the same time. You're connecting, you're remembering Him. So I want you to put down 3 husn al-dhann for this thing. 3 good expectations of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. What is your husn al-dhan of Allah? What is something you put down? That's excellent. He always does what is best when it's best. Anyone else? What's your husn al-dhan of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? He will give me more than I can bear. That's awesome, mashallah. Anyone else? Their husn al-dhan of Allah. That's what that's telling me, is that you don't have husn al-dhan of Allah. So it depends how you're interpreting it and what she's saying. So when you say like overflowing with blessings, is that what you're referring to? Oh, he won't. Okay, so I heard you wrong. Okay. So he won't give me more than I can bear. So that's very powerful, that when a person goes through, especially during difficult times, to remind yourself of that, because we know that it's something that I can easily handle. It's within my capacity to be able to deal with it. Layth. All right, so husn al-dhan is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has not made this difficult or for us to feel, that sadness through it or grief. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make it easy for me. So once again, this is something, I'm going to keep emphasizing this. This is something that has to be done regularly because we're creatures of habit. When this is done, we might just get back into that same thing. So in order to actually create that change that we want, we have to put it into action. And consistent action over time will bring that. We'll have that connection with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. We'll have that sakina and different feelings as well. And then finally, can you design a dua related to it? That, oh Allah. And you're connecting it to the akhirah. So your why is very important. What's the final step? And you're going to tweak this later on as well. Oh Allah, give me this. And what's that akhirah connection? So that I can do this. Bless me with that dream job so that I can serve people. Or bless me with this thing, wealth, so that I can do X, Y, Z. I can give back to the community. I can look after my parents. All right, what is that dunya akhirah connection there? And it's something you want to get excited about. Not a boring dua, but something that you're passionate and excited about. And these good expectations that you tell yourself in this dua has to be made regularly as well. So your husn al-dhan of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and your dua related to that as well. And on your own time, inshallah, when you go back, follow the same steps now you don't have to do all 3 goals, by the way, right? It all depends on can you incorporate it into your schedule. You might not be able to work on all 3, but you can work on 1 at least. You can perhaps work on 2. 3 is what not most people, but what people can handle. At the most, they can handle 3. 4, 5, 6 might be too much. But you might not have the schedule or time that allows you to work on 3 things. But you can work on one, and the one you want to work on is the most important thing to you. The most important thing, you want to work on that, and that will actually open other doors as well. Because the nature is that as you grow and improve, other doors open in front of you as well in different areas, because you are becoming better. So for example, you get better in your deen, you learn the skill set, your relationships get better as well. Your mental health gets better. Things that are easy, you can incorporate that as well. And we're going to end with one exercise, inshallah. So you want to follow the same procedure for the other goals as well. What do you want specific? Why? Dig deep enough till you get strong enough reason. Why don't you have it right now? When will you know if you've succeeded? Remember the rules. When you look at the rules, is it in your control or is it outside your control? Are the rules reasonable or are they unreasonable? Is it easy for me to feel frustrated or is it easy for me to actually experience the joy? And if it is difficult, then tweak the rules. Make it within your control. What steps do I need to take? Research, see how it can be done. What's the shortcut to get it done? Am I linking excitement to it, or is it leading me to feel uncomfortable? I want to change that process. And remember, this is something that is consistent. You have to do it. Weeks, sometimes. Actually, there's a study, London School of Economics, that's called automaticity. How long does it take to build a habit? What's the general rhetoric that's there? اختلف العلماء. The scholars have differed. 30 days. I heard another statement. 21 days. Anyone else? Brothers, how long does it take to build a habit? 40 days. 21 days. 90 days. So the correct answer is, it depends on what habit you're trying to build. Now, this study concluded that it's called automaticity, this term, that after 66 days, it becomes easier to do the action than to leave it. So for those first 66 days, you have to push yourself. But once you get to that number, it becomes actually easier to do the action than to leave it off, because it becomes part of your routine. Is that always true though? Who does not want us to succeed? Thank you. Shaitan is going to do his best forever to make sure that we don't succeed. But we can still build habits within that as well. So we build one habit, then you move towards the next. How does it fit in your schedule? If it doesn't fit, maybe drop it or make it easier. Who do I need to become? My husn al-dhann of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and a dua for that as well. Now we're going to end with an exercise, okay? I want you to close your eyes and fall asleep. So I want you to breathe once again. Get back in the moment. Open that connection to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Go in your heart. Just be in the moment. Nobody has a wallet in front of them? Just be in the moment. I want you to imagine you're walking. And you're walking in this garden, green grass, and you're strolling along. You feel the breeze and the scent of the grass. And as you're walking, you notice there's these marble plaques surrounded. And as you keep walking, there are a lot of them. And as you're walking, you start seeing names on those marble stones on the ground. And you realize that you're actually walking in a graveyard. And all of a sudden, you stop in front of one, and you see the name, and it's your name. and you're inside that grave. Passed away, you're looking from a different angle. Your time has ended. And you're in that grave, and you're told you have a chance to go back. And if you go back, you're not going to get another chance. What are you going to focus on? This is your chance to do that which is right. What are you going to focus on? I want you to write that down. What is your focus going to be that when you actually do end up there, you can say that, Ya Rabb, I did my best. I focused on what I needed to. And I hope through that, I get your mercy. So I want you to put it down. What are you going to focus on? What am I going to focus on? What is my commitment to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala going to be? Before you leave today, what is my focus and what is my commitment to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala going to be? Even if you work on just one thing. If you work on it and you do it, that's better than working on 3 things and leaving it halfway. What is my focus going to be and what is my commitment to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? So before we end, just to refresh a lot of things that we did, I want you guys to mention 3 things that was beneficial for you. So we just want 3 things from the entire crowd. Who's going first? Okay, Jazakallah khair. So having the intention and relating the goals to the akhirah. This way, you transform that action into an act of worship. So as you're progressing in your life, you're also earning hasanat as well. Brothers. Thinking about the why for each goal. Why is that important? Or why is it beneficial? In order to understand why you're doing it. So once again, when you know your why, and usually when you dig deeper, this is always going to relate somehow to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. There's an akhirah component that naturally brings itself. So once again, it transforms the act into a way to get closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And finally, Jazakallah khair. So that connection, we can always access that with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Right? Dhikr is a way of thinking about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That you think with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and naturally that connection opens up. Jazakallah khair. Thank you guys so much for your time. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala allow us to be the true definition of kuntum khayra ummah, that you are the best nation. May He allow us to accomplish that which we set out to accomplish. May He allow us to serve the ummah of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Just a quick announcement in order to announce what things are going to be coming up on behalf of RISE and IAR as well. So the first thing is that we're going to, in order to help people really grow and continue in their development, we're going to be launching a 12-week coaching program. So this is based on the high-performance coaching of Brendan Bouchard, but with an Islamic angle to it. So we've been looking at, it's going to be 12 weeks of continuous development. Because sometimes, you know, you come to a workshop, you do the things, anything, but sometimes there might be limitations there. We need more time. We need to be coached in order to be able to get to where I need to get to. I might get stuck, and that's fine. Let's figure it out together. And this is going to be starting on February the 10th, inshallah. So it'll be a 12-week program for those who want to take their journey to another level, inshallah. And this will be a paid program. It's going to be minimal, but at the end of the day, the proceedings that comes goes towards funding other programs, inshallah, for the RISE committee, inshallah. And if it's too much, it's not gonna be too much, it's gonna be $50 at the end of the day. So this is not a lot at all. Usually for something like this, I would charge like 200. But we want to keep it low, and even if that is too much, we're always going to give discounts, inshallah, for those who are interested. The second thing is, these are some of another workshops that's going to be coming. So this was the first one we did, which is going to be on Saturdays. The other ones are going to be on Sundays. So the one in February, the 18th, is going to be Companionship Quest, the art of finding a spouse. So this is about how you actually find a spouse. Because sometimes we don't know, what am I supposed to do? What am I looking for? I deal with a setback. How do I actually get over that? So for you single people who are ready to mingle, we're going to teach you how to, inshallah, find a spouse. In March, because Ramadan is coming, so we're going to have one for Ramadan, how to make it your best Ramadan. After that, April, how do we actually, engage with our salah? So that state that you experienced when we did the visualization exercise, when it came to that state of gratitude, your salah is meant to do that for you automatically in the first place. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, "Inna salata tanha anil fahsha'i wal munkar." It's supposed to prevent you from these abhorrent and other things. So how do we experience salah in a way that becomes part of the experience? And then in May is going to be United in Love, laying the groundwork for marriage. So this is a premarital workshop. So once you find that person, you guys are in the talking stage, what things do I need to look out for? What skills do I need to develop in order to have a more stable relationship going forward? And finally, we are excited and very excited to announce the Recharge program. And Iman is something that the Prophet ﷺ said that it wears out just like a garment wears out. And he said, ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to renew your faith. So in order to do that, we want to create a space within the masjid that is welcoming and uplifting, that builds that community feeling. We'll build that brotherhood and sisterhood, and at the same time, we also renew our faith so that when we go out in the world and deal with those challenges, that we're ready for it and we're okay with it. And this is going to be for the 18 to 30 crowd, inshallah. So we're also planning for a 30+ program that might be on a bi-weekly basis. So we have not announced that yet, but for now, this is for the 18 to 30 crowd, inshallah, on Thursday night starting on February the 8th. So this is a way to connect and socialize and get that feeling of community, and at the same time to also benefit so that we have the strength and the endurance to go out and deal with the challenges that the world presents itself. Finally, thank you. Jazakallah khair. I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to bless all of you once again. I hope that you found value in our workshop today. And inshallah, our vision is that we continue on this path through different programming to build that community, to not only develop spiritually, but also personally and professionally as well, so that we become the best version of ourselves, inshallah. Jazakallah khair, wa akhir da'wana alhamdulillah rabbil alameen. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So we have tables here that we kind of just need to move it to the gym. So if you would kindly help us out, that would be truly, truly appreciated, inshallah.
Allah الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله
Attention, the adhan is going off. Please keep a low voice. Don't be so loud.
أشهد أن محمد رسول الله أشهد أن محمد رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمد رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح قد قامت الصلاة قد قامت الصلاة الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله.
استووا واستقيموا واعتدلوا. Please strain the lines, close the gaps. Please complete the second row before starting a third one. Allah. Allah. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر.
الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
نادم. Assalamu Alaykum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Just want to make sure all the parents are here. We messaged in the group chat to come over here. If you're here for the Saturday program, then we'll get started, inshallah. Just seeing if there's anybody else coming. And for those who are waiting, jazakumullah khairan. We're just going to start soon, inshallah. In the chat that we are gonna. Did he send the chat? Did he send it in the chat? Okay. Assalamu Alaikum. Let's try that again. Oh, we're good. أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم من همزه ونفخه ونفخه بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على رسولنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه ومن والاه. I think this is, Brother Yusuf, is this recording? I guess I get to record. So Or the use of, is it recording? Or the use of Badal? Can you group chat? So we shared this. I'm on mute.
Assalamu Alaykum. Yes, I can.
Okay. Can you hear me on the system? Over here, we can hear, everyone can hear me, but Yusuf, can you hear me? For those, okay. So those people who are joining online, we should be good to go, inshallah. So let's go ahead and record in case some people are not able to join, inshallah. And then we'll just get started. Can you see my screen, or should I need to share my screen? Can you turn on my screen sharing? Okay, well, we'll go ahead and go over the material, and I guess the recording will go ahead and... If you have a computer, you can screen share from there. I'm on a computer. But it says host has disabled. It's okay, we'll get started, inshallah, and then at least they'll hear the audio. And the people over here can... Yeah, okay, we'll do that, inshallah. Okay.
This meeting is being recorded.
Okay. All right, let's get started. Let me restart again. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen wa salatu wa salamu ala Rasulina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man wala. So for today, inshallah, we're going to cover some of these topics. We're going to start off with our purpose, pretty much. Then we're going to talk about the framework within which we operate, or we're trying to operate in. It is a little bit different than what we're used to. So we are trying to onboard this new thing, inshallah, in our programming. We've been doing that at a smaller scale, but we're trying to make that a bigger thing, inshallah. Also, what is the context within which our youth are growing up, our parents are trying to help them, and so on? And what does that context look like? And then corresponding with that, what are the needs of the youth within that context and relative to that framework that we're going to talk about, inshallah. And then just some things moving forward after that. Okay, it looks like online we have screen sharing going on now, so that's good. All right, next slide is... So what's the purpose for today? Today's purpose is to just kind of give you an overview. If you guys can't see, or if you can't hear in the back, just let me know and I'll raise my voice. They tell me that they can't hear me. Is that the case though? Okay, is that better? Okay, sounds good. So the purpose for today is just to sync with you guys as parents, just so that you guys can have a better understanding of what we do, how we run the program, how you guys can assist, and so on, inshallah. It doesn't let me see in my screen over here, so I'm gonna have to keep turning my head back and forth. Just a heads up. So pretty much aligning in terms of syncing in terms of what we're trying to do, what the purpose is, what the framework is, what our reference is in terms of where we're trying to go with the kids. And then just kind of connecting with you guys to see if you guys can coordinate with us and work with us, inshallah. Keep in mind that our interaction with the kids is about 3 hours a week. If you do 3 hours divided by 168 hours in a week, approximately 1 out of 50, which is about 2%. In other words, our contact time with the kids, which includes prayer times, which includes like when they go to like play sports, have snacks and so on, all of that put together is 3 hours, which is 2% of their week. Meaning 98% of their week, which is the majority of their week, is not with us. So with this perspective, 2%, what can we do to make sure that we provide them something that's going to help them when they go into the 98% outside of that? And how is it that we can work with you guys so that we can make sure that you guys are on the same page and we can continue working together for the 98% bi'idhnillah, okay? And then just that stuff, yeah. Go to the next slide. So what is the Islamic framework that we're going from? A lot of times we look at the dunya and the deen as two parallel things that we live through. We look at the dunya as something that we have to go through to make ends meet, pay our bills and so on, and then we try to simultaneously be Muslim, which is we're going to try to pray, fast, try to do good things and stuff like that, right? So we're living two parallel lives essentially. But Islam was never meant to be like that. The way that Islam is that we have the dunya, which is the creation of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created this, and then He gave us the deen. The deen was to help us navigate that creation. They weren't designed to be two separate, distinct things. This deen is a system that helps us navigate that creation of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. When we engage, for example, with study of biology, this is studying the creation of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So this is not a distinct thing from Islam. When we study, for example, means and mechanisms through which we help people in Gaza, those means and mechanisms are helping us achieve the objectives of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala Sharia. The Sharia guiding us to make sure that we uphold justice and things like that. So we need to make sure that we have the tools and we're equipped to be able to address those things. So in essence, that's how the early Muslims had approached it, where, for example, 500 years after Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, 500 to 700 years after Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, we already had systems. We already had, for example, mental health institutions, for example, which were designed from a Muslim perspective as opposed to the secular perspective. So 1,000 years ago, with this framework, we had gotten to a level which is something that we're not at right now. We kind of regressed when we kind of disconnected from the system. Dr. Rania Awad, she is the director of the Stanford Muslim Mental Health Lab. She also runs Maristan. She has a background in Sharia, but she also has a mental health background. And so in her research, when she went, traveled overseas and in different places, in her research, she was mentioning how our scholars, our people who were Muslims and looking at this framework, they were actually talking about mental health, symptoms, treatments, and things like that, for example, 900 years ago, 1,000 years ago, and so on, right? We had hospitals, the way that we were doing things, it was something that was very different. So what people say the golden age of Islam was approached, or we got there because of this framework. But we disconnected from that when the Europeans came in and started sort of claiming some of the stuff that we were doing as theirs, and then I started utilizing the separation of church and state principle. What ended up happening is that we regressed, right? And when we don't go back to this system, then we continue just going day by day, addressing issues day by day, as opposed to being able to plan for like a 50-year vision, a 100-year vision for the Muslims, right? And so our focus is to go back to that system, and the scholars have put a lot of time into this. The maqasid aspect was actually this, maqasid Sharia is the objectives of Sharia, the higher objectives of Sharia. What is it that the Sharia is ultimately driving us towards? And so in that framework was initially proposed or set up or presented about 500 years after the Prophet ﷺ, 500 to 600 years after the Prophet ﷺ, and then it continued evolving, developing until this past century, was when they started really looking into that and seeing how we can operationalize it. So we're going back to the system, and in the 70s they had this. They used to have world conferences of scholars all over the world coming together, thinkers and scholars coming together, and they talked about a concept called Islamization of knowledge. How do you approach everything from an Islamic framework, from an Islamic lens? As this is the creation of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, how do we use the deen's principles and then use the means and mechanisms that we have around us, right, to address the goals of the Sharia, essentially, right? So that's sort of the framework that we're looking at over here. In this sense, the scholars have divided it into 3 levels, and they say that the first level is all of them are based on needs, human needs, or the needs of the creation, and they have prioritized it. So the first thing that the Sharia tries to address are the very core, essential needs of everything, right? So these are they call them ad-daruriyat. These are the essential needs, without which life cannot go on. So the Sharia prioritizes all its rulings, the things that would facilitate that, to achieve the things that are needed to just survive. So for example, if it was if we had a Muslim government or an Islamic government, or like something like big, right? Then the priority for that would be to make sure that situations like what's happening in Sudan or Gaza, for example, or India, those things do not happen. So the priority would be in making sure that those systems or those plights are addressed. Does that make sense? So that's how this, and then after that we go into hajiyat, which are things that your life would be difficult without having addressed, but it won't be completely impossible. It would be just difficult. And there's a level after that, once we have these needs addressed, then we go to the level of going above and beyond that, as in you can enjoy the fine things in life essentially, right? But we have to go in that order. And that translates for us as, for our program organizers, and even like, masajid and organizations, institutions, and focusing on what are the human needs that every person has. How do we address them in that priority? So for example, when a child is born, what are the first things that the child needs to be able to navigate the world thereafter? And what are the resources that the parents are going to need to make sure that they can address those needs of the child, for example? Does that make sense? So this is how this framework is powerful in that sense, because we focus on that. We have an end vision, what kind of society we want based on these objectives, right? Then we go backwards and say, okay, what does that require from a tarbiyah perspective, from the parents, from the community leaders, and so on, to make sure we have those types of programming, those types of things for the kids, for the parents, for everyone involved, right? What kind of resources and training do we need to provide them so that they can be able to, the kids as they grow up, the parents as they're working with those kids, how they can make sure that that the kids will be effective in navigating the world out, until the day of, until they meet the angel of death, right? So how do we address this? What are the core things that a person would need? And these are some of the just bullet points I've kind of put over here. We divided them into like these categories. In reality, a human being is a mix and match of all of those categories, right? You're not, when we focus on somebody, when we talk about something, there are implications that are throughout these categories. For example, if a person thinks a certain way, and let's say that a person thinks that if I eat, like if somebody offers me, I don't know, cheesecake, right? That somehow this person is trying to insult me. If this is something I perceive, this is a cognitive thing, right? This is an ideological thing. If somebody gives me that, I'm going to perceive it as a negative thing. And that's going to have an emotional response. Over time, for example, like the buildup of negative emotions can have a very physical effect, right? So stress, for example, can lead to gastrointestinal issues, for example, and so on. So how do we make sure that we go backwards and like really understand that everything is interconnected? We're just separating in this category just for the sake of, working in terms of having programming associated with certain things and stuff, right? But in effect, everything is sort of put together. And again, these are the ways that we can also make sure that we can have programming that targeted specific aspects of your life, right? So for example, our Saturday program, how it's structured, is based on some of these things. All right, so of course, that has corresponding needs for parents as well. What are the kinds of things that the parents would need, whether it's workshops, whether it's support groups, whether it's like online communities, whatever it is, that parents are going to need to be able to make sure that they're addressing those needs for the kids. There's, when we were training the staff that's running the Saturday program at the moment, we actually looked at, the Child Protective Services, they have a chart. And what they do is that they look at what's considered norm or what's considered typical for a child of a certain age. These are like behavioral markers or whatever, certain markers, whether it's cognitive, behaviorals, whatever, physical markers and so on, that they look at when they go to a family or like a home or whatever, and they look for these things. Okay, is this something that's overall there in each of these aspects? If not, then there's a red flag over here. That's how they determine if the child is being treated well, if they're getting their needs taken care of or not, right? So we looked at that also. We looked at different things, like different research in child development and so on. But of course, also looking at it from an Islamic perspective. So from a tarbiyah perspective, what is the ideological priority for the child? What is it that they need to know first and foremost? How does the parent make sure that they can provide those kinds of things for the child, right? How can the community come together to make sure there's opportunities for those kinds of, for that kind of training, education, whatever it is, right? Suhba, for example, is a very important thing, which is like, I guess you could say it's like mentorship, but suhba is companionship. Suhba, like when you have a community, we're working together, looking out for each other. This is the concept of zakah. Zakah is given to 8 categories of people. It's where we come together as a community and we say, hey, you need something, we're here for you. And imagine like you're needing something, you're in debt or something like that, you're in a crisis, and the entire community pitches in some money, and they come to you and say, here you go, you're part of us, you're not outside of our group, we're with you, we're in this together, right? That is a very powerful experience. We don't frame it like that oftentimes when we talk about zakah. When we give zakah, it's just sort of like an operation that we did. But if we thought about it from that perspective, that we came together as a community to look out for our own, and the person receiving and how much that could mean to them if it was presented to them like that, it's a very different framework, right? So that's the idea over here that we're trying to do, just looking at things from that original perspective of how Allah Ta'ala intended it to be, right? So suhbah is a very big thing in there, and among other things, obviously I'm just giving you some examples over here. So inshallah, this is just a first session. We're going to have follow-up sessions where we're going to go into more details. I just want to give you a high-level overview of the kinds of things that we think about, that we have thought about in terms of how we structure our programs. This program, other programs that we do, like for example, the summer day camp, summer overnight program, the Ramadan overnight program, any other programs that we do, this is sort of what we're thinking about. Even like, for example, overnight program that we have, the summer overnight camp, even the structuring of what activity we do first, what food we eat before that, after that, and so on, is based on like this analysis over here. What is it that the person is going to, like maybe if they eat this food, they might throw up in the activity afterwards, for example. So how do we make sure that we don't do that, right? We have a different kind of food. How do we make sure that they have, their dietary needs addressed in terms of like bloating and eating the wrong food that can affect them that way, and then at night they can't go to sleep. So we consider all of those aspects because those are human needs, right? And so from a Sharia perspective, needs are prioritized. And if we program everything according to that, then the end result is a very positive one. We're not randomly, arbitrarily just setting up things and stuff just because, right? Every item that we put, the structure we do it, how we do it, everything is based on that. Even, for example, the fact that the boys have the talk first and then they have sports. We had thought about like when working with kids, if the boys, for example, have a talk, then they have their energy go up when they go play sports and stuff, right? It might be a little bit more effective than if they have sports first, then they come back and they're not just so hyper and stuff, they can't focus. So we thought about that. We said, okay, let's try this, and so we've been trying that method, that system, right? So these are some of the justifications behind that. Inshallah, we'll have more sessions afterwards for parents, just to kind of keep you guys updated, but also so we can work together in like supporting the needs of the children, inshallah, and also your needs that correspond to those needs of the children, inshallah. Just an overview of what's the context that we live in. Of course, we know that we have competing worldviews. The framework that I mentioned about how to approach the world is very different than how people approach it outside, right? And unless we study this framework systematically and sequentially, it's just going to be arbitrary. Whatever we have understanding about Islam and all that, it's going to be just arbitrary. You guys can read the slides. I'm not going to go into them, inshallah. Pretty much, we're considering all of these aspects when we consider program strategizing and programming itself. So, what are the corresponding needs of children in that context and relative to that framework? They need to understand that framework, and they're living in a particular context, so they need to understand how to live or navigate through that context, right? So, how do we make sure we do that? There's that framework, and there's a current context. Put it together, what are the corresponding needs of children? That's the question that we are trying to provide solutions for. Does that make sense? I mentioned 21st century skills over here with an asterisk. Educators have 21st century skills listed out. From our perspective, some of them are positive, and some of them may be things that may not be presented, we might not present them in the way that they do, right? But the idea is generally like we can borrow some things from other people. They approach it from a secular perspective. Nevertheless, some things can be useful as like tools and things like that within our framework. But at the same time, there might be some things that may not be as useful or may not be relevant, or they might actually be harmful. So we evaluate those. So when I say like asterisk, or when I put the asterisk there, the intention was just to highlight that we're not just taking everything blindly. We're being very intentional on what we're taking. Whatever is useful, whatever is beneficial, whatever is relevant, we're going to take those things. But anything that's contradictory or not helpful or relevant, we're not going to be doing. So we do that analysis, yani. Of course, there's a lot more that goes on. So I'm just giving you some things over here. The mentorship aspect, again, is suhbah. I mentioned mentorship, but really it's broader than that. When we work with the kids, for example, we want them to feel like they're welcome over here. They can ask any questions and stuff. We'll just be goofy with them. We'll just make, you know, like we'll joke around with them and stuff, things like that. So there's a kid, for example, I don't know if you guys were paying attention when I was, they had a circle right here, and one of the kids was like, something about like, you know, I haven't been here for like 1,000,000 years and stuff, so I have a lot to say, something like that. So I was like, wait. That must mean that you're 1,000,001 week old. And he just started cracking up. I was like, no, it was a figure of speech and stuff. Then I was like a figure? And he's like, no. So just being goofy with the kids and stuff, sometimes just like really like makes them comfortable with you, right? Sometimes you just kind of like, yeah, like just, you know, just interact with them in a way where you empower them, you encourage them, but you're also talking at their level, you know? Like me making jokes like this with them, that's not something that they might expect from an adult. But when I speak like they speak, then suddenly that barrier has been taken away. So it's no longer about like, you know, you need young blood or whatever because you need to communicate them with the young people in a certain way. It's more like, are you willing to step back and be like them? And if you can be like them and you can enjoy the things that they enjoy, or you can even like, you know, show interest in the things that they're interested in, you just have a connection right there and they'll tell you everything. When I was teaching at Imam school, for example, I would interact with them like that. These are middle schoolers. And they would tell me everything. They would tell me like their secrets and stuff. They would tell me about the drama that's going on, like whatever else that's going on between them and stuff, everything. Like, and of course, like they wouldn't be comfortable doing that with people if they were worried about this person is going to get upset at me. They're going to like, you know, like tell my parents or whatever and stuff, right? So as long as they were not crossing boundaries, like major boundaries and stuff, if they were being just children in front of me, then nobody's getting hurt. I'll be okay. They know that like there are certain boundaries they're not allowed to cross. Those boundaries, I'm going to enforce them. Everything beyond that, or like less than that, just be kids, you know? And if they have any questions, they would ask me. They would text me, they would do whatever and stuff. Well, you know, is this okay? Can we do this? Can we not do this? Because they got comfortable. Laith was standing over here just a few minutes ago. I don't know if you saw him right now, just standing right there. He's one of the counselors now. We started off when Laith, when I was like, you know, some years back, Laith was like a tiny little boy. I've been doing these programs for many years, so like, I've seen the kids literally growing from like 3rd grade, like even younger, all the way up. So Laith is an example of, so one time Laith and some other boys in a tent, this is an overnight camp, they were sitting inside the tent and they were just talking with Muhammad about certain things. They didn't know that they could, like, you know, they were kind of worried about the topic because it was like sex education and stuff or whatever, right? So they talked to Muhammad about certain things, like these are, how old were they? So they were like, So they were like 12. So I walked by, like I'm just kind of like just walking around camp and stuff. I walked by and suddenly they got scared. They're like, oh no, we've got to change the topic and stuff, right?
So sometimes when the kids, they feel comfortable with you, they start opening up and asking questions that normally they're not allowed to speak with an adult about. So they were asking me some questions, you know, and they were kind of curious. So I was, you know, talking to them about it, giving them like some Islamic perspective on some of these things. And so Mehan walks by and immediately the whole tent goes quiet. They drop the subject, they start, you know, it was kind of awkward, like silence, and then they tried to like bring up a random subject or whatever. So Mehan comes in the tent and he just sits with us. And then I re-brought up the subject. And I said, by the way, Mehan, we were just talking about like, you know, some things about like, you know, sex and all that. And they were surprised that I brought it up to him. And then he was also like open to the topic. He's like, okay, what were you guys discussing? And then I mentioned some things and then he went into like some of the Islamic perspective on those concepts. So they after that, the initial reaction, and then they realized he was open to it, they actually opened up and started asking him questions and they got more comfortable with him. So when they realized that there wasn't a barrier and he wasn't going to just shut it down, then they were able to open up. So yeah.
For them it was like a big shock, like, what, like he's okay with this topic? You know, it's like strange. It's like a taboo, like, you know, for a lot of people. But for the kids, they get exposed to this stuff. And if you're not comfortable, if you don't know what's happening in society, I have to keep up with these things. I have to, like, you know, always be on top of like what's happening in society, what are the trends going on and stuff like that, what's happening in entertainment media, social media, things like that, right? So when they know that you're, like, when you talk the language that they're hearing, when you talk in the way that they understand and stuff, because that's what they're talking about and stuff, right? But at the same time, they trust you because you're not gonna like shut it down, you're not gonna get angry at them, you're not gonna be upset at them. They'll talk about everything. The kinds of questions they ask us and stuff, like detailed questions and stuff, right? But they understand that there's an Islamic perspective and a way to approach it, and it makes sense. When they do that, then it makes sense to them, then they're comfortable. They become actually confident because they have answers. They have answers to the things that they're navigating, and they didn't have answers to before because they didn't know who to ask for, right? Sometimes, like when it comes to imams, we try to have the imams like at least come for, even for a little bit at the camp, because I want them to have exposure with the kids instead of the kids to have exposure with them. If you have exposure with a high-ranking person in the community, then suddenly you feel confident to like, I know this person, and I'm going to, just by way of association, right? But also when you get that kind of comfortable, and when you get that kind of experience in a comfortable setting, then you can ask them the kind of questions that you wouldn't have been able to ask before because you were afraid or you're shy or whatever. How is this person going to look at me if I ask this question and things like that? So these are some of the things that help when it comes to the atmosphere development towards suhbah, towards that companionship. We tell them that, look, we're working together. Nobody's going to be abusing, mocking anybody. Nobody's going to hit anybody. Have fun, but these are your boundaries. We communicate that at the very beginning as part of norms that we develop. And then after that, if they do something that is like actually crossing a boundary, then we have to enforce a consequence. And we've communicated the consequence ahead of time so they knew what it was, right? But at the same time, they feel safe because we've already mentioned that everyone's going to have to be safe. If you hurt somebody else or if you try to do something, then we will interfere, right? And everyone else is supposed to also enforce these boundaries and stuff, right? And so that makes everyone safe because you know that nobody's going to be able to hurt you. And if somebody does try to hurt you, that there will be consequences. The adult is not just going to be like, it's okay, forgive this person or whatever. No, we're going to have to talk about it. We're going to have to talk about what happened, and we're going to have to actually do something beyond that, right? So these are some of the things. But so after that, as long as they feel safe, they feel comfortable, when it's time to have fun, we have lots of fun. Like, whatever we do, we do it in a good way. So that's the idea. Okay, so here's how the current system looks. This is just like a housekeeping thing. When it comes to the barcode, we have the barcode because it makes it easier for you guys when you register for other programs, right, that we're doing. All you got to do is plug in the barcode for that, and then you're registered for that. That's it. If there's a fee associated, you give the fee, but then pretty much it's just the barcode. You don't have to fill out long registration forms again and again and again for every form, right, every program. So you do it once, you get the barcode. For every other program after that, you're just going to plug in the barcode in the registration form for that particular program, and you're done. But we also use the same barcode for check-in and check-out. So if a person comes in, and make sure you guys do this is a very important thing, because when you guys are bringing your kids over here, you're handing them over to us as, and this is a responsibility transfer to us. So make sure that you guys officially transfer that responsibility over to us by checking them in. The barcode is going to be like logged in. There's a time that automatically populates. And so we can keep track of which child actually came in, which parent dropped their child off and transferred it over. And when you pick them up, then again, check out with the barcode. We just scan the barcode, or we just tell us the number and we type it in, and then that officially discharges our responsibility. Normally, we have our program ending at 4:30, so you should be here by 4:30 to pick them up. Just check them out, and we're good to go. Our counselors have a time commitment, so after 4:30 they can't stay too long and stuff. So the goal is to be out by 4:30. So between 4:25, 4:30, if you guys can check them out with the barcodes, that'd be very important. One of the things that I have set up is that for every day you can see like publicly, as in like if you have access to the link, you can see if your child was checked in, checked out or not, right? If let's say somebody else dropped them off or whatever. So this is just to keep track of attendance. It's also keep track of making sure that the responsibility transfers are taken appropriately. And also the barcode is used for different programs, like I said. So these are some of the program norms that we have. I'm going to mention both the elementary middle school program, but also the night program that happens afterwards. So Muhammad is the one that's like kind of oversees that more. And so there's a slight difference in terms of timing and things like that, but overall, the idea is some of the same things, inshallah, okay? So one of the things that we talk about is, like I mentioned the barcode thing, there's also the timeliness aspect, make sure you come on time. If you're not here and we're moving around somewhere else or we're somewhere else and stuff, or if somebody comes in late, it can disrupt the session. So a lot of times what happens is we're having like a halaqah, for example, and a child comes, or like one of the kids comes in, right? And everyone looks around. That train of thought that they had, the conversation that we're having, it just broke. And so every time a child comes in late, then it breaks that cycle again and again. And we don't want that, because then again, like if they keep breaking that, like the chain of thought, then as they walk out of that session, they're not really going to grasp the kinds of things that we wanted to grasp, right? Also in the idea of etiquette and discipline, one of the things that I do is that when the person, and we do that for both programs, when a person is like talking or disrupting during a halaqah, for example, especially like sometimes the young ones, but also the high schoolers do the same thing. So let's say they're like, just restless, or they just want to talk or whatever and stuff. They're not following the protocol. We have given them protocol. I'm calling them protocol as opposed to rules. These are procedures and protocols. And so these are the norms, yani. So if you are in the halaqah, you're supposed to be respecting everyone else, making sure you're not disrupting. There's a procedure. If you want to mention something, suggest something, raise your hand. If it's the right time for the speaker to stop and answer your question, they'll do it. Otherwise, just wait until until the person is done and all that stuff. Right? So what happens is sometimes they might not follow these norms or protocols and stuff. So we have another protocol that we said. If you feel like you're going to be disrupting, or you feel like you need to step away for a second, whatever it is, you can step outside, or you can step away. And when you're ready to rejoin us, you can join us. So for example, when we have the halaqah over here, then some of the boys, young ones, if they need to move around and stuff, so we'll just remind them, hey, remember you can move. If you need to step away from the halaqah, you can step away. And then whenever you're ready to rejoin us, you can rejoin us. This is a way to make sure that we're not insulting them or mocking them, or not mocking, like insulting them, or like, putting them on the spot or whatever, because that also affects their self-esteem and things like that. But also, sometimes a person might actually internalize the idea that I'm a troublemaker, because everyone thinks I'm a troublemaker, right? And we don't want that either. So it's okay for people to step away. That's the sort of the norm that we have. If you need to step away, you can go somewhere else when you're ready, when you feel safe, whatever. Teachers do that in the classroom also. They have like a safe area. It's like a separate area. There's books there, whatever. So what they'll do is like, if you need to step away anytime, just go over there when you feel ready to join, when you feel safe, whatever. You can come back on your own terms. So we do the same thing. And then if you missed out something, we'll just sit down with you right afterwards and just kind of make sure you got whatever we need to convey to you. And then you can go back with everyone else, rejoin the group in terms of content if you miss any content. But if they're sitting here, for example, and they can still hear, even if they're rolling around and stuff or whatever, just because they have a lot of energy, for example, it's okay, as long as it's not disrupting them, disrupting the rest of the group, and it's not negatively affecting them, as in they're not able to focus. I have some, we've had some kids, for example, who might be like rolling around or whatever, but they can still hear, and they're listening to this stuff, right? If they're benefiting, in this case, and they can't hold themselves, for example, then it's okay, as long as it's not affecting everyone else, right? And so we'll be okay with it. Teachers have this thing where they have like, these animated classrooms and stuff, where they have those bouncy balls for some kids and stuff like that. So as long as the person is paying attention, even if they need to move around or do whatever and stuff, the teachers accommodate that. So these are some of the things that we also use over here in the program. Environment over here was just like building the atmosphere. We're all brothers. We're all looking out for each other. We're not gonna like negatively compete with each other. If we do have a competition, it's going to be a friendly competition and things like that, right? This is just the middle school program overall structure. The part where it says sports activities and salah, because of time changes over the year, we're going to have that adjustment a little bit. So for example, right now, Asr is at 3:30, like the iqamah for it. But other times it's going to be at 4:30, for example. Other times it might be other times. So what happens is, we're just adjusting, I just kind of put that over there just to include that in there, but idea is, we have check-ins first. Everyone wants to talk about their week and stuff. It also gives them a sense of like belonging. When I get to share what happened in my week, and the counselors are really interested in it, they ask you a question, oh, tell me more about this or whatever, then the kids feel engaged. And then after that, we have the actual halaqah portion. So now you got to say whatever you wanted to share and stuff and all that, and then right after that, we have a halaqah, we talked about certain things. It's an alarm for me. What was I saying? Okay, so right after the sharing, they feel like they've kind of gotten everything out of themselves, what they need to. Now it's a little bit easier for them to stay focused. And even if it's not, like I said, we have some norms that they can step away and things like that. Right after that, we have sports and activities. And then after that, we have snacks. Snacks is when they come back together. They just kind of like talk to each other and stuff, just chill, whatever. If we had like sports, whoever won or whatever, they're just gonna talk about like whatever, so they get to have that time. This is also a time for us as counselors to go around and really like sit down with them, talk to them, how's it going and things like that, and just kind of like just be part of that conversation and stuff, right? So it also facilitates that suhbah portion, the aspect that we were talking about. And then there's the pickup. The high school program, this is the current structure over there. And just because of the timing of Isha, sometimes these fluctuate, right? So just something to keep in mind over here. It's very similar. In the past, this particular program was just the halaqah and then food. But we realized that for high school boys, they need to have some sort of like suhbah kind of stuff, sometimes the interaction, some sort of like physical stuff or whatever. So we started incorporating also the sports thing, just like we did for the younger kids. Okay, almost done. So moving forward, our goal is to continuously improve on our programming. Our goal is to make sure that we try to also provide additional programming that might be useful in addressing other things. Like we, Muhammad and I, and there was another person, Amin Robertson, we've been working together for a long time, working with different things. So we're actually also going to different organizations and different masajid and so on, and really providing them an opportunity to work with us in terms of setting up their system, working on strategy development, programming, training their people, doing all those things. So this is just something to keep in mind, inshallah. I mentioned experiential components. When it comes to the Prophet ﷺ, for example, so the way that his interaction with the Sahaba was a lot of it was experiential. They were going somewhere on a trip, and the Prophet ﷺ mentioned something. They were going somewhere, they didn't find water, so then they learned how to do something different and stuff, right? So a lot of these things a lot of human interactions are experiential, right? Some of them are going to be also like the Prophet ﷺ did have, times when he just delivered a bunch of content, like when he was talking about the day judgment, the times of the day judgment, and so on. There was like a whole day that he spent doing that, right? But other times, for example, it was just something over here, something over here, something over there. There was a time, for example, one of the things that we did was, when we were telling the kids, when they're having snacks, then what we would do is just remind them to say Bismillah. But we would do that not outside of that context, but when they're actually eating. So just remind the people, hey, remember to say Bismillah as you're eating, because they're eating right now, right? So we're trying to associate a habit with the thing that you're doing. And so we're trying to also mix that. So that's something that is the experiential component. Another thing is that we've taken kids to outings, and outings are, we have different norms for that. We have to stick together. There's more stringent norms and so on. But it also gives them an experience to be outside of, outside in the public, as opposed to a safe space, like the masjid or whatever. But now you're interacting with the world outside. How do we do that? How are we going to interact with each other? How are we going to interact with everything outside? So these are some experiential things. Some of the things that I would have to talk about, like just in theory, in person, I can just show them when I'm actually outside. When we pray, for example, in public, when we're doing an outing and we go to a place and we pray publicly, everyone is seeing what we're doing, but at the same time, the kids are with us, so they feel that experience. That's very different than if they don't have that experience, right? So these are some of the things that we also include in our programming. And of course, our team training over here is ongoing. The team that you've seen, working with the kids for both the high school and the elementary school program, we've been working with them for a very long time. A lot of these guys were very little in the program itself, then we kind of recruited them to we started training them. As they go older, we kind of continue the training, and some of them are like a lot more in depth, and we continue the training. Like last night we had a long meeting, we have meetings and stuff just to make sure that we're all on the same page. We're continuously improving ourselves, we're optimizing everything. So that's something that we're also doing. Okay, now, when it comes to collaboration, of course, we are just a few people, and we have 2% of the week in terms of contact time. There's so much that goes beyond that. So how do we work together? How do we work together with parents? How do we work together with other individuals or organizations that can bring some benefit to the kinds of things that we're trying to do with it? So in this case, we have obviously like multiple different things that we're going to need, and that we're always in need of. We need always volunteers. We always need people who can actually work on the operations side. If we have certain tasks that need to be accomplished, then we can give the instructions, we can give them the guidance, but somebody actually has to do the legwork. So sometimes there's that kind of need. I used to be in the Boy Scouts, and when I used to attend the meetings, we were running the meetings. Instead, the Boy Scouts have this thing where the Scouts run the actual meetings. We would have all these parents around. Like the parents would be all around. But when it came to, for example, in a lot of the Muslim organizations that I've worked with, masajid, youth programs, whatever, I've noticed that the kids are dropped off, and then the parents are not there. But the way that the non-Muslim system was, where parents are all around, they're sitting there, they're just observing us. If we needed anything and stuff, we would just connect with them. The merit badges, for example, each parent had a certain merit badges that they were responsible for. So if I needed to complete a merit badge or whatever I want to do, I would just connect with that particular parent, and they will give me all the resources, they will kind of guide me through the process. If we can have that kind of system, we can have that kind of network that we can leverage, imagine how much more we could do for the kids in Vietnam, right? So this is something that's very important. In addition to that, other resources that could be useful are, for example, donations for food. For us, when we charge $20 a year, for example, right? What we try to do is we try to keep the program self-funded. So whatever we charge, like the fee, for example, it's aimed to last for the entire year. So we have to buy snacks for it. And so when we go buy snacks, that budget is not enough to buy the kinds of snacks, for example, that we would like to have. I have some certifications when it comes to nutrition, fitness, and things like that. And for me, it's very big. I want to make sure that the kids eat healthy, people eat healthy, because it's optimal functioning and so on. It's very important then for us to make sure that we have more resources available for when it comes to donations for healthier alternatives to the kind of snacks that we would otherwise have. Also, when it comes to just monetary, just so we can do more kinds of programs, more kinds of activities during programs. I had a bunch of merit badge books that I bought once. They're actually sitting in the youth storage. And the idea was that I wanted the kids to always have some skill that they develop. Whether it's for example, auto mechanics, or whether it's something with environmental stuff, whatever it is, right? But just have that constant exposure to ongoing development, personal development, and so on. So if I don't have enough people, or if I don't have people who have some sort of background in those things, then it's a lot harder for us to make sure we have those kinds of additional things in the program. So if we have, for example, volunteers who have that kind of background, then we can make sure that we can do those kinds of skill development things as well, inshallah. With that, we are done. I just wanted to give you a high-level overview of some of the things that we're looking at and some of the things that we're going to need from you guys, and just kind of put it in perspective that this program over here, this program, our contact time with the kids is very minimal. Just if we just focused on that, if we just kind of left it at that one exposure once a week, we're not going to be able to get much of an effect, right? Because our challenge is, how do we, in that 2% of our, of the person's week, that includes snack time, that includes prayer, that includes sports, in that 2%, how do we make sure we prepare a child for the rest of the 98% of the week? You can see the challenge over here, right? So our idea is just to kind of give you an overview of the kinds of things that we're doing from our side, and then at the same time, what can we do together? So after the child leaves, how do we make sure that we as parents and the staff, how do we keep in touch so that we can continue to help the child even in the 98% outside, right? So that's what we were here for. That was the objective over here. And inshallah, we have ideas, we're going to be trying to do things and stuff, but at the same time, we're not going to be able to do this alone, right? So this is where you guys come in. If you guys are interested in this stuff, even if you're not, we're going to have to make sure we get more involved, So if you can, make sure that you guys put this in your calendar, that whatever it is I could do, I'm willing to help out. I'm going to dedicate a certain portion of my time for programs like this, or this program specifically, for example. So you can say, for example, I am going to commit 1 hour, or one day, for example, 1 3-hour session per month. That's a commitment. That's it. And I'm going to organize my schedule, my whatever it is, to make sure that I do that consistently, right? Everything else is secondary in that sense, if this is going to help my child really get the things that they need, right? And at the same time, help me get the things I need to make sure that my child is having a good development. So if this is something that's going to help, then let me dedicate that 1 hour, because that one day, because those 3 hours a month might actually benefit you in a way where they can resolve some of the issues or things that you might be struggling with in the 98% of your time outside, or the kids' time outside. So that's all I wanted to say. If you have any questions, if you have feedback, comments and stuff, then we'll leave the floor open, inshallah. And we'll pass the mic around if you guys have any thoughts, inshallah. And the people online, you can just put in the chat. Just let us know about any thoughts, questions, any concerns. If you're thinking about backing out from this program, that's okay too. We made it mandatory. We made this meeting mandatory Because if we didn't make it mandatory, a lot of parents wouldn't come, right? That's just how it is. So it's mandatory because if we are given this responsibility for the child, we have to make sure that we do our part, but part of the amana is to also engage with the other caregivers of the child. Yeah. It's recording, so they might not hear stuff.
Question, for parents to volunteer, what would they be volunteering for?
Among the things, so one of them would be, for example, like just managing the kids, for example, between like right now they went upstairs, but normally they would sit over here, then they would have to go outside, just being with the children, for example, transitioning and so on, but even with them doing the activity, doing the specific thing that we're doing. So there's like the operational stuff, but also the physical presence. We had like, we used to do like, like the annual year-end program that we do. It's like a big barbecue and stuff and a bunch of things that we do, right? So every year we've done it for many years. And we would have like the parents come, the fathers come, and we'd have activities where the parents and the kids come together, like tug of war, for example, or whatever, right? So again, like we're trying to make it so that the kids and parents have a really good connection with each other. So when you go outside, for example, because you enjoy the program together, at the masjid, for example, you can kind of carry that sort of energy and the vibe that you got afterwards in your home, for example. That can also have good ramifications, inshallah, if when it comes to like working with the kids, not having issues with them, just kind of like having that relationship with the kids because you're part of their growth, you're part of their just development and so on. So these are among the other things. Other things could be, for example, actually doing. Remember the skills development thing that I was talking about? So that's another thing. If you have a particular skill, if you have like expertise in certain things and stuff, then just kind of bringing that forward to the kids and having like specific, we can actually include that in their programming itself, where somebody comes in and actually gives them an experience from their field, right? Whether it's like just bringing something to look at, for example, something like simple, like something that you would do in show and tell, for example, right? But doing it over here, why not? So there's many different things. I just gave you some examples. There's so many other things. And also, whatever you have in mind, just share that with us. If it can fit in, then we'll make it happen, inshallah. Others? Feedback, questions, comments? I have a task for you guys, actually.
So when you take the kids outside, for whatever the social interaction, is it a gas station or can you or is it just mostly inside you stay? Yeah.
So the outings that we have every once in a while, we're going to go to different places. Sometimes we'll go to a museum, sometimes we'll go to a park, sometimes we'll go to like we've gone to Galaxy Fun Park, for example. There's many different types of outings that we've done. Sometimes we go to a trampoline park, sometimes we'll go we went to the museum, like the Marbles Museum, for example, many different examples. So that's the idea, just being outside and just letting them experience different things, exposure to different types of things, but with us as a group, right? So those are the kinds of things you would do. When we go outside in terms of like doing the regular programming, we have sports. So in the sports, we have different options. For example, sometimes we'll give them option of dodgeball, right? But mostly it's like, other kind of sports, and we just kind of hype it up. It used to be like back in the day, they used to only play football. Like, all the kids would just want to play football. So then one day, like we decided to kind of introduce soccer, but hype it up. So like Muhammad, he went outside and he started hyping up soccer and stuff and all that. So then suddenly the kids, just because of the hype, not because they were interested in it, but because of the hype, they got interested in it. And then after that, they just wanted to play soccer, just because of the hype, right? So what we're doing is we're giving them opportunities to like work with each other, but also we're introducing them to new things that they might not be used to normally. Does that answer your question? Okay. Other questions and thoughts? I don't know if you guys, I can't see you guys in the back, so if you have any thoughts or questions.
My question is where we can find the link to register the kids and also at the elementary school and middle school together.
Okay, so this program this time is elementary middle school program together, but when it comes to like when they go to the upstairs and say halaqa and so on, they're going to be separated. And also sometimes like when it comes to sports, in that case we may not do it necessarily based on like the age, we'll do based on size, right? Just to make sure that like if a child is like a certain age old but they're big, versus another one who's like older but like shorter and stuff or smaller, then we don't want that. So we also try to accommodate some of those things. We do need more volunteers for those kinds of things, because of course if we have a limited number of consistent volunteers, like the staff that we work with, we can only do so many different groups, right? So if we want to accommodate more, and we want to do like more diverse stuff and more differentiated stuff, right? Then in that case, we need a little bit more support for that. So if we can do that, if you can offer those kinds of things, then we can even like improve or increase the number of offerings that we have like that, inshallah. Does that make sense? And for the registration form, we have a group chat. This is our main sort of official group chat where we kind of update the parents and we can keep them updated with everything. That has the form inside. I shared that. So if you're not in the group chat, just let us know. Or if one of the other parents is there, just go ahead and connect with them, inshallah, and then they can also give you that. But you can also, like, there's Mukhtar outside, there's, all the other counselors and stuff, you can also connect with them. They'll add you in the group, and then you can, like, get information from them. And then they can also send you the group, inshallah, the link, inshallah. Other questions, comments?
Okay, Assalamu Alaykum. I heard that you mentioned about the food, and I saw that the boys and the snacks, I know like it's cheaper to buy like the chips, but a lot of those with the artificial colors, and you said you studied it, it's bad for their brain. So whatever you need from us, if we can like, I don't know, bring stuff sometimes, bring snacks, or even like homemade cookies, whatever, if you let us know, because, definitely me, I'd be willing to help out with that because it's better for them, of course, as you know and you mentioned. So.
What we try to do with the budget, right now, actually, because, let me say it this way. If you guys are able to do that, that'd be awesome. That's what we need. If we can have somebody consistently, for example, take charge of snacks, right? And get that every week, that'd be amazing. So if we could do that, and we can make sure that the snacks are here when they need to be, and that, let's say, for example, you can't make it one day, but there's an arrangement that's made and stuff like that, something like that. If you guys can do that, that'd be great, inshallah. Right now, what we try to do is that we try to limit the kinds of things we get. So we're not going to give them candy, for example. When we get juice, for example, we try to get the ones that have like the less sugar one. So for example, you can get high C or other kind of stuff which has more sugar, but sometimes we try to go with like that, even though it's still bad, we try to go with the Capri Sun because it has like, it's a little bit less sugar. But if we can have alternatives that are better than that and you guys can like help with that, that'd be awesome. That's what we want. But sometimes, like if we're going to Food Line, for example, they don't have a big variety, right? And the variety that they have, the kids might not like it. So if we can get good stuff that the kids will also like, then that is something that, I've been really looking forward to for a long time. It's just a matter of like not having, the resources or like the people that can help with that, inshallah. So if you guys can do that and you can like, do that, then that would be awesome. So just, and if you guys can make like if you want to, you can make like a sign-up sheet where the parents can sign up. But somebody can, for example, mention, okay, these are the kinds of items we want to buy. We don't want these other kinds, we want these ones. Then let's do that. I can help with that. I can help with in terms of like setting up, like whatever form or, registration stuff. I can even like, one of my, so I have some certifications related to like fitness and stuff, but also nutrition, health coach and things like that. So if you need any perspectives on that, then also let me know, inshallah. And whatever you guys need to make that happen, I'll support you guys, inshallah. Yeah.
It would be easier if you made a list of the stuff or snacks that you really need. So we just get what you really want. We don't get whatever we want. And when I first came in, I asked you about how to submit the payment. I asked that question so many times because I know how to do it. And I have another concern also because one of my kids, he had food allergy. So I'm wondering if you're really going to take care of that or he should just bring his snack to be in the safe side.
The first one was for the list. List I could do. There is another concern that I take care of, which is dietary stuff. So for example, halal versus not halal and stuff, right? I'm very careful in this because it's a big amount on us, right? So for example, I look for things that, for example, has a K. K is kosher, right? So things that otherwise might not be halal, for example, because they put animal byproducts or whatever in there and stuff. If it's unknown ingredients or if it might be pork in there, whatever, I just try to avoid all that by trying to go with safe alternatives. So things like, things that have these symbols and stuff. If it's like a halal for M, like M for halal, They have like an M symbol, I don't know if you guys know about. And then there's also K for kosher, U and D and stuff. So I try to go with those things in addition to like trying to get like more like healthier options compared to what's out there. So it will take some time to build that list, but if you guys can help me with, you know, if we can kind of come together, that would be great, inshallah. So if you guys come up with something, hey, this looks good and stuff, I can look at it, we can discuss it and stuff, and we can put it down as like a, you know, sort of like a consistent snack. And if we could do that like for a few different snacks, at least to get started, that would be like for the first like couple of sessions or whatever. And then after that, if we add more, as we find more things, so we can keep adding more things on, inshallah. So that'd be something that we could do. Number two, you were mentioning about the payment. Okay, yeah. So I don't have a way to make to put the payment link into Google Forms. That's a big limitation. Google Forms are amazing because they're good in collaboration. So when we have the entire team, we can all look at the forms, we can do everything together and stuff. But the limitation is that they don't allow you to have a payment link, right? So we've been trying to do like a script or something like that to help do that. But until now, it hasn't, like, you know, Google hasn't come up with something like that. So in the meantime, you can do like Cash App, Venmo, but this will go to like, you know, whoever the counselor is. But make sure like when you send that money, make sure you mention in there what it is for. So you'll say, for example, barcode or charitable program and stuff, and then mention the person's name so we can keep track of it internally, right? And then we have, like, wherever you know, submit the form, there's a spreadsheet linked to it, and in the spreadsheet, we document every person who paid. So as soon as the person pays, we'll, like, mark it as paid. I used to, in the past, actually, like, write down, like, actual receipts. Like, I would have a receipt book. Every time a person paid, it just got too much and stuff, so we're tracking it online. Anytime you need to know. I actually have another spreadsheet that I'll share in the chat, where you can actually see who paid and who didn't pay and stuff, right? So your name will show up, and if you have paid, if it shows in the system, that means we marked it in the system as paid, right? So I have that system. I just didn't share it because I don't want to give you too many things to start off with the year, right? The other thing you mentioned was food allergies, yeah. So the long form with the barcode actually has a section for allergies, right? And that's the reason we have that, so that we can be mindful of, you know, these allergies. Because when we're mindful of that, we can make sure we get the right snacks, or we can get alternatives. We had one of the kids one time, he was not eating anything. He was like trying to eat more vegetarian and not meat-related stuff. And so having that, we worked with the parents to see like what alternatives that they would be comfortable with, and then we provided that. We have other kids, for example, who have peanut allergies and things like that. So among the things, right now, the snacks that we do use, for the most part, they don't like trigger those allergies. They're just like, you know, the oats chips, you know, the UTZ, because they have like I think it's a K or something like that. But also we get like the Capri Sun. So this is pretty much like how we. But if we do like if even in those products, if there are allergies that could be triggered, then this is where we'll work with the parents and just make sure that we have alternatives. Whether we provide the alternatives or if the parent prefers, they want to bring their own thing, that's fine too. Yeah. But we had for the summer overnight camp one time. The parent actually decided that we want to send the child with whatever. So they actually had like meals until we deducted the expenses for the food for that person because the parents were providing that food. So we can work with you guys, inshallah.
Assalamu Alaykum. How much does it cost for register?
So there's two forms. There's a barcode form. Barcode form is just that long form where I just need that information and stuff. And then the barcode is linked to that information, right? So that is $20 a year. And then the Saturday program is this program right here. And for that one, you just put the, you know, the barcode that you got, put it in to register in that form, right? And then once you do that, that's $20 a year. So that would be like, for this particular program, it's $20 a year. For the Saturday, for the barcode, it's $20 a year. But you only pay that once a year. Yeah. Yeah, Mukhtar is actually sitting out there. That's what he's doing. Yeah. And when you check in and check out, you can also see Mukhtar, inshallah. Yeah. Any other questions? No questions? Okay, inshallah, we'll have follow-up to this some other time. But in the meantime, if you have any questions, you can go ahead and share in the group chat, inshallah, and then we'll respond there. جزاكم الله خيرا سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك نشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت نستغفرك ونتوب إليك جزاكم الله خيرا سلام.
الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله
قم الصلاة.
الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا محمد رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح الله أكبر الله أكبر قد قامت الصلاة قد قامت الصلاة الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله
لا إله إلا الله. استووا واعتدلوا. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
So you're losing 20%. But you lose. So like you lose 20%, but not all 20% of that is because you're thinking. No, it's not. It's because of like. No, it's like 1%. Alhamdulillah. I'm really smart. Oh, yeah, that. Yeah, I'm covering actually. It's like my hidden powers. Wait. So like, it's not all the brain usage. It's only like a little one. Search it up. Prove it. No, you prove it. Okay, if you think more, you're gonna lose what? 100 more calories? That's a lie. They're lying. They're lying. Let's connect some other time.
الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمد رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح وقامت الصلاة وقامت الصلاة الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله.
استووا تقاربوا. الله أكبر. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. إنما أموالكم وأولادكم فتنة والله عنده أجر عظيم فاتقوا الله ما استطعتم واسمعوا وأطيعوا وأنفقوا خيرا لأنفسكم ومن يوق شح نفسه فأولئك هم المفلحون. إن تقرضوا الله قرضا حسنا يضاعفه لكم ويغفر لكم والله شكور حليم. عالم الغيب والشهادة العزيز الحكيم. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم
غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. إذا جاء نصر الله والفتح ورأيت الناس يدخلون في دين الله أفواجا فسبح بحمد ربك واستغفره إنه كان توابا. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un. My uncle passed away, Allah yarhamu, a few days ago, and we'd like to have a ta'ziyah. We're having a ta'ziyah between Maghrib and Isha in the multi-purpose hall, inshallah. I mean, ta'ziyah between Maghrib and Isha to make dua for my uncle Muhammad Ibrahim, who recently passed. My brother Yasir and I would love to receive you, inshallah. For the brothers who can stay. Jazakumullah khair. Assalamu alaikum.
الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله
From Burma.
أقم الصلاة.
بسم الله. الله أكبر الله أكبر. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وأشهد أن محمدا رسول الله. حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح. قد قامت الصلاة قد قامت الصلاة. الله أكبر الله أكبر. لا إله إلا الله.
لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. استووا واستقيموا ويرحمكم الله. Straighten your lines, please. الله أكبر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. الله نور السماوات والأرض مثل نوره كمشكاة فيها مصباح المصباح في زجاجة الزجاجة كأنها كوكب دري توقد من شجرة مباركة زيتونة لا شرقية ولا غربية يكاد زيتها يضيء ولو لم تمسسه نور على نور يهدي الله لنوره من يشاء ويضرب الله الأمثال للناس والله بكل شيء عليم. في بيوت أذن الله أن ترفع ويذكر فيها اسمه يسبح له فيها بالغدو والآصال رجال لا تلهيهم تجارة ولا بيع عن ذكر الله وإقام الصلاة وإيتاء الزكاة يخافون يوما تتقلب فيه القلوب والأبصار ليجزيهم الله أحسن ما عملوا ويزيدهم من فضله والله يرزق من يشاء بغير حساب. والذين كفروا أعمالهم كسراب بقيعة يحسبه الظمآن ماء حتى إذا جاءه لم يجده شيئا ووجد الله عنده فوفاه حسابه والله سريع الحساب. أو كظلمات في بحر لجي يغشاه موج من فوقه سحاب
ظلمات بعضها فوق بعض إذا أخرج يده لم يكد يراها ومن لم يجعل الله له نورا فما له من نور ألم تر أن الله يسبح له من في السماوات والأرض والطير صافات كل قد علم صلاته وتسبيحه والله عليم بما يفعلون ولله ملك السماوات والأرض وإلى الله المصير. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. وأن المساجد لله فلا تدعوا مع الله أحدا وأنه لما قام عبد الله يدعوه كادوا يكونون عليه لبدا قل إنما أدعو ربي ولا أشرك به أحدا قل إني لا أملك لكم ضرا ولا رشدا قل إني لن يجيرني من الله أحد ولن أجد من دونه ملتحدا إلا بلاغا من الله ورسالاته ومن يعص الله ورسوله فإن له نار جهنم خالدين فيها أبدا حتى إذا رأوا ما يوعدون فسيعلمون من أضعف ناصرا وأقل عددا قل إن أدري أقريب ما توعدون أم يجعل له ربي أمدا عالم الغيب فلا يظهر على غيبه أحدا إلا من ارتضى من رسول فإنه يسلك من بين يديه ومن خلفه رصدا ليعلم أن قد أبلغوا رسالات ربهم وأحاط بما لديهم وأحصى كل شيء عددا. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
Bismillah wa salatu wa salam ala Rasulillah. Today, inshallah, I just want to touch on a short topic, inshallah, with you all tonight. That topic is about hardship. Now, we all are going to experience hardship in our lives at some point. Whether that's now
now, or we've experienced it in the past, or it's going to come in the future. Hardship, of course, is something that's very difficult, as the definition of the word. Something difficult, something that's a challenge. But how do we reflect on that in light of what we know according to the Quran and the authentic Sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ? There are many verses that talk about hardship. One specific verse that I always find myself personally reflecting upon is the verse in Surah Al-Baqarah, where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم وَلَنَبْلُوَنَّكُمْ بِشَيْءٍ مِّنَ الْخَوْفِ وَالْجُوعِ وَنَقْصٍ مِّنَ الْأَمْوَالِ وَالْأَنفُسِ وَالثَّمَرَاتِ وَبَشِّرِ الصَّابِرِينَ الَّذِينَ إِذَا أَصَابَتْهُم مُّصِيبَةٌ قَالُوا إِنَّا لِلَّهِ وَإِنَّا إِلَيْهِ رَاجِعُونَ. Now these verses, or this verse, roughly translates to, and we will certainly, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is speaking here, and we will certainly test you with a bit of fear, hunger, loss of life, loss of crops, things along these nature. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is mentioning in a list. But then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَبَشِّرِ الصَّابِرِينَ, give glad tidings to those who are patient, who when they are afflicted with calamity, they say, indeed to Allah we belong, and indeed to Allah we will return. Now what is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reminding us of here? The inherent purpose of our lives, of our existence, is that we are going to face tests. We are going to face many different trials. For some people, it may be going on in their lives right now, and it can feel so overwhelming. Or we look around the world in Palestine, in just the Muslim ummah everywhere, and we see all these calamities, all these trials, these tests, and it can be so overwhelming. But when we take a step back and remember that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has made the purpose of our lives, and He has told us that we are going to have tests. And what's the amazing part? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَبَشِّرِ الصَّابِرِينَ, and give glad tidings to those who are patient. So what is that implying? That there's going to be an immense reward for these hardships, for these trials, that you or me or any of us may be in the thick of right now. It may be so overwhelming, so difficult. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying, you can do it. That He's giving glad tidings to the one who's able to be forbearing and able to push themselves. So my dear brothers and sisters, reflect on this. If you feel like you're being overwhelmed, things are becoming so difficult, things in your life are not working out, or whatever circumstance that you're in right now, just think back to this verse. Think back to this reminder that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is giving you, and the promise that He's giving you, that if you can push through the difficulty, if you can be patient and keep trying your best, that there's an immense reward waiting for you. Every single time that you go through a hardship, it's an expiation for your sins. And besides that, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala promises that with hardship comes ease. That when there are hard times, within the hardship itself, there is a lot of ease that if you reflect upon. Becoming closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, finding it easy to pray tahajjud, finding it easy to beg Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That is a form of ease even within the hardship. But even after, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in verses in the Quran سَيَجْعَلُ اللَّهُ بَعْدَ عُسْرٍ يُسْرًا. That indeed after the hardship comes ease. So my dear brothers and sisters, take this as Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala having your back. No matter what's going on, no matter what situation we are facing, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will be there for us. And He has promised that even though we're going to go through tests, there's going to be an immense reward and there's going to be ease after the hardship. So I pray that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gives us the forbearance to go through whatever we're going through in our lives. I pray that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala allows whatever hardships we face to be a form of expiation of our sins. I pray that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala makes these hardships and difficulties a proof for us on the Day of Judgment and something that grants us Jannatul Firdaus بغير حساب. أقول قولي هذا أستغفر الله لي ولكم واستغفروه إنه هو الغفور الرحيم.